Good evening, everybody. Welcome to your video where in tonight's show, I am absolutely going to be cooking some more PR YouTubers because I absolutely love doing these recently, exposing all these brown envelopes who've been chatting absolute bollocks and like literally lowering the standards in football. Let's get the narrative right here, people. Right, I'm just going to share this stream onto my community tab post. Big up to every single one of you live and locked in this evening. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm on the wrong account. My iPad just switched back to my main account. So I know which channel I'm sharing it to. The community tab post. Here we go, view channel. Yep, this is it now. Share. Here we go. I'm live right now. Everyone. Use a smiling face emoji. Which one should we use? That'll do. There we go. Cool. Just waiting for that to share it on. Right, so who are we going to start off with? Who shall we start off with tonight? Who should we start off by cooking? I know who I'm going to start with. Let's start with Mark Goldbridge, shall we? That's football. Smash the likes as well. That also helps our YouTube channel out an awful lot. It's over. Rodri out for the season. What do you mean? Over for Man City? No, because their squad is elite. They'll find a player somehow to replace Rodri. Don't you worry about that. But we have someone in the building. Good evening to you, Daniel Knight 14. How are you doing this evening, mate? Much appreciated you joining me this evening, as Michael.Chelsea FC is currently live as well. I'm scared now of Rodri being out for City whole season, and I don't want Arsenal win the league. I can't stand their fan base. I mean, Arsenal fans are so annoying, aren't they? I mean, but you know, Man City's squad is elite, so I'm pretty sure they will find someone to replace Rodri's role. But him being injured is going to have a huge impact. Honestly, it could make this Premier League title race wide open. But these fans wishing injury on Rodri. I mean, what's we doing here, people? Why on earth would you wish a player upon injury? It's absolutely ridiculous, honestly. I just don't understand it. I really don't. How a football fan can wish a player was injured. Me, as a neutral, I am gutted, right? Rodri is injured. But you're a Manchester United fan, MrJoshiej. So you should be happy that Rodri is injured, MrJoshiej. It doesn't matter what the opponent is. Like I said, I'm literally gutted he's injured because as a neutral, I love watching Rodri. He is a baller, honestly, an absolute baller at the end of the day. Pep will find new way. He will, because Pep Guardiola has the elite mentality. Let's get the narrative right here. Absolutely, let's get it right. But, yep, let's start off by cooking Mark Goldfish, shall we? That's it. Oh, yeah. Henry Talks Football. We'll be getting on to him a bit later as well. Right, here we go. That's an ad still.
Welcome to that. Absolutely massive news coming out of Manchester City that Rodri is out for the season with a very serious knee injury. The significance of this, well, get in the comments. How significant do you think it is? Do you think it decides the title? Do you think Man City can cope without Rodri? Records suggest they won't. Records suggest that they don't with him, they don't lose. Without him, they do. So massive, massive news. I said it on the lunchtime show in the Goldbridge Arms that, look, you don't wish injury on anybody. He was already injured. If he's out for the season,
which has the fact, you don't wish injury upon anybody. I 100% agree with you there. Yes, Man City have a good track record with Rodri. And when he's not been in the team, they've been shadowing themselves. Look at what happened yesterday when he went off injured and that. They looked to shadow themselves, Man City. They really did. At times, they really found it difficult. As soon as Rodri went off, that gave Arsenal confidence. And then, of course, second half, Arsenal had to sit back and defend, didn't they? Being down to 10 men, but it's their own fault, I'm afraid. Do you see City getting someone on loan in January? I mean, who knows, mate? It just depends what sort of player Pep can find to fulfill Rodri's role, to be honest, isn't it, mate? Because I'm pretty sure Pep will find a way of doing it, mate. Won't he? Because Pep's elite at the end of the day. But anyway, let's carry on with this.
It's good for the title race, and that is a horrible position to be in. I mean, look, Arsenal fans are celebrating it. I'm sure some Liverpool fans are. They might not say it publicly, but many of them have. And that's such a sad situation, and it's not.
I mean, why would you celebrate a player getting injured? And what's to say that Arsenal are going to go on a consistent winning run? Because there's absolutely no guarantees that they're going to go on the consistent winning run. Yes, they play well against top teams. So when they play teams, say Fulham and say West Ham and that, they could sometimes struggle. So, like what happened last season, that's a key factor why they didn't really win the league last season, Arsenal, because they dropped points against Fulham and West Ham. Anyway, let's continue this.
Reflection on Rodri. Rodri, for me, probably will win the Ballon d'Or. Maybe deserves to win the Ballon d'Or. Probably won't, actually. I think Vinicius Junior will win it. But he is the best holding midfielder in the world. I mean, he's just won the Euros with Spain. He's just won the Premier League with Manchester City. He won the treble the year before that. Definitively and factually, I think he is the best holding midfielder in the world. So Manchester City, without that player, it's massive. And I was trying to think of a scenario where this has happened, and there's probably better modern ones, but this happened to Manchester United in the 1997-98 season. Roy Keane, actually, Man City link, sort of went into a collision at Ellen Road with Alf-Inge Haaland, Erling Haaland's father, and did his knee, and he was out for the whole season. And we sort of fought Arsenal that year, but Arsenal won the double, and I think if we'd had Keane, we'd have had a better chance of winning the league. So, and obviously Roy Keane played in that midfield area for Manchester United. So I think it's obviously very, very significant. I'd never count against Manchester City from being able to cope with it. But look, if you're Man City and you beat Arsenal yesterday and Rodri's fit, you're in a better situation than you are when you've drawn with Arsenal with a late last-minute equaliser and Rodri's out for the season. So, yeah, it's absolutely significant. But Arsenal don't have Odegaard at the moment. The real benefit factors from this could be somebody like Liverpool, who are sort of like going, can we close the gap on Arsenal and Man City? Well, they haven't got Odegaard and they haven't got Rodri. Let's hope they're going to drop some points.
I mean, the thing is, it makes you laugh how nobody are literally talking about Liverpool could potentially be in a title race. Like me being a Manchester United fan, I honestly hope they're not. Honestly, because, that would be, wow, Liverpool in the title race and an opportunity for them to equal our title records. No, no, no. But it's like everyone thinks that Man City and Arsenal are going to be in the top two again, but don't rule out Liverpool, because I believe Liverpool has still got a chance of possibly winning this league title. And with Rodri being out, things are going to be so wide open now. But yeah, it's baffling. It really is, because to me, Liverpool could well be dark horses. I hate Arsenal. Their fans are deluded, and I can't wait for them to bottle it. I'd rather Liverpool win the league over Arsenal. Of course, you're a Chelsea fan, aren't you, mate? But me being a Manchester United fan, I mean, oh my goodness, the thought of Liverpool winning the league. No, no, no. Anyway, let's carry on with this.
Because of that, and maybe Liverpool are the real winners in this. But look, it's a weird one. It is a weird one, but I think some people get a little bit, over the top on these sort of things. It's a bit snowflake. You can be happy that a rival have got an injury. I'm sure Man City fans were happy that Odegaard wasn't playing at the weekend. The human element comes in when you actually think about how disappointing it will be for Rodri, who is a fantastic player, to be out, to be missing, 9 months of his career. This happened to Van Dijk, of course. But in a footballing sense, it potentially makes a juggernaut more human. So the Premier League title race, I'm not going to lie, and I don't see why people should lie. It could make the title race far more interesting because Man City are weaker. Obviously, it's sad what's happened to Rodri, but to be honest with you, I sort of suspected it was going to be this anyway.
I mean, that season where Laporte got injured and Liverpool won the league, it's like Man City completely missed Laporte that season because the season before that, Van Dijk got injured for Liverpool, right? And it really impacted Liverpool. So Rodri being out now is going to be a huge test of character, I believe. Anyway, let's continue.
I think when he went down yesterday in the penalty box, I actually thought he dived again because I was like, well, nothing's happened. And then you see what happens, and he genuinely, something's gone wrong. And time, I remember this happening with Martinez for Manchester United 18 months ago. No one near him, and just goes down in absolute agony. Those are the injuries that tend to be the worst ones when you don't really understand what's happened, and it can happen to anybody at any time. So look, do I think Man City can cope with this? Yes, I think you've got people like Kovacic, you've got people like Gundogan who can do that role, but they're not Rodri.
See, Man City gets a lot of hate because people are jealous with their success, right? And including Mark Goldbridge, he can't stand Man City. It's because they're under investigation for the 115 and that. The 115 charges. To me, I don't think they will get a big punishment. I think all they'll get is possibly a massive fine, and that's it. But, it's like the disrespect Man City sometimes get is absolutely ridiculous, honestly. They should be appreciated how well run football club they are, because they really are. And their fan base as well is elite because their fans don't fall for the PR. And a lot of Man City fans were actually angry yesterday how the way Man City could not break down 10-man Arsenal. See, standards. Why can't the Manchester United fan base and, say, Arsenal fan base and loads of other football fans have the same standards? It's absolutely ridiculous, man, honestly. Where I have the elite high standards because I am a football fan who refuses to accept PR and that. I was born in the 90s, so I'm a 90s child. I was watching football before the days before social media and that. Social media is an absolute virus sometimes, and it's fleeced so much PR bollocks into the English fan base community. It doesn't matter whether you're a Manchester United fan, Arsenal fan, Chelsea fan, Liverpool fan, Tottenham fan. It's like all the PR was being fleeced in and that. That's why modern football is absolutely in the bin. Honestly, it's a joke and a disgrace. Anyway, let's continue.
You could put John Stones in that role, but they're not Rodri. Man City have got more capability than any other club probably in Europe to deal with with these types of injuries. I mean, De Bruyne's out, you've got Foden, you've got Bernardo Silva. So they have got players who can do it. They can use one of them centre-backs to do it. They could do Gundogan, Kovacic. They've got Nunez as well. So they can accommodate it, and they can still win the league quite comfortably, but they're not as strong. That's the bottom line. What I would be saying if I was Mikel Arteta or Arne Slot would be, this is an opportunity that we can't waste. You know, it doesn't mean that Man City aren't going to win the league. It just means that there is a vulnerability to them that we have to look and capitalise on, because you take Mo Salah out of Liverpool, they're weaker. You take Odegaard out of Arsenal, or Declan Rice or Saka, they're weaker. You take Isak out of Newcastle, they're weaker. You take, I'm trying to think of, Ollie Watkins out of Aston Villa, they're weaker. So there's no shame in Man City being weaker. Everyone knows they're weaker now. And of course, if you're
See, injuries happen in football. It's all part and parcel of football, unfortunately. But if you add the squad depth, then there's no excuses to why the players who are fit cannot step it up. It's like step it up or go home. It's as simple as that. Like, how many times last season did Man United players underperform? Honestly, it's like, yes, I know we had injuries and that, but we saw players out on that pitch who were capable of doing a better job out there. Let's get the narrative right here. Just because you got injuries doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Maybe you may have to adjust the balance and the system or something, but, literally, you got the squad depth. Just find another way of dealing with the situation, yeah?
Guardiola, the other problem is you've lost Rodri at the start of the season for the season. To get your house.
Oh, yeah, mutant.
Professional. Your free design appointment.
That's an hurt.
It's the other injuries now. I mean, I come from a position of knowledge here. Man United last year, we had so many injuries, and that's not going to happen to Man City, of course, because they're a well-run football club. But you are always thinking throughout last season, well, we've got this player out, this player out, this player.
See, you say, oh, Man City is cheating that 115 charges, but then you go and say, oh, they're a well-run football club. I mean, why you not been honest about it before that they're a well-run football club? Instead of just saying, oh, they're cheats and that. See what I mean? Typical brown envelopes, man. Absolutely brown envelopes, honestly. It's like, what are we doing here, people? Anyway, let's continue.
We can't afford any more injuries. And then those injuries hit, and you're like, this is now becoming a big problem, and it's derailing the season. So Man City's big thing at the moment is to, try and keep firing on all cylinders for the rest of the season without Rodri, whilst not picking up any other significant injuries. Because if you lose Haaland, or, for 2 months, and Alvarez is not there anymore, and Rodri's gone, you're sort of like, you're starting to panic a little bit. But they're still going to be going for the title, absolutely. And look, nobody wished an injury on Rodri. Nobody was sat on this channel or any other channel saying, I hope Rodri gets.
That I can agree with, yeah. No one should wish injury upon any team. Doesn't matter whether you're a rival fan or support the team, you should never wish player an injury. Because think how much football Rodri has got to miss now. Think how mentally and physically that's going to damage him, that he won't be playing any football now for about 9 months or something. It's like, wow, unbelievable, man. And that's absolutely gutting Rodri. I'm not going to lie, absolutely devastating. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. So, yeah, let's carry on with this video.
So cruciate ligament is out for the season. He's out for the season because he got injured. Now he is out for the season. You can talk about it in an open way and say, look, it's a tragic blow for him and his career, and it's a big blow for Manchester City. It might make the title race more interesting. There's nothing wrong with saying that. It's fact, isn't it? Yeah. So get your comments in below. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, look, one of the other things I wanted to talk about was what Ian Wright said about Erling Haaland throwing the ball at Gabriel. I don't think we spoke about it enough on the lunchtime show. Ian Wright said Haaland was a coward for doing that. And it's interesting how we had so many yellow cards over the last couple of weeks and he didn't get booked for that. And apparently VAR did review it and he should have got booked for it. I mean, that's probably one thing I didn't add on to the lunchtime show, which was fantastic, was that he should have got a booking for that. You know, you can't pick the ball up and throw it at somebody. I'm stunned he didn't get booked for that, actually.
That is totally out of order. So he should have been given the yellow cards for it. But it's like, where is the consistency in football these days? Obviously, Arsenal fans yesterday are saying, oh, not Rodri, Doku wasn't booked. But then Trossard's got a second yellow card for kicking the ball away. But surely the referee knew what he was doing. And Doku, I expect, did it in line with the rules, where Trossard literally did it illegally. He broke the rules. So the referee had no option but to give him a second yellow card. Honestly, down like 14. What fan base do you hate more in the Premier League? I mean, I got to say I hate Manchester United fans and Arsenal fans, really. You know, both of them are so jarring, honestly. The reason why I hate a lot of Man United fans, it's because they've fallen for the PR, and literally that's how the standards has been lowered at my football club, yeah? Where my standards are high up to here, high up to the sky. Let's get the narrative right here. High up to the ceiling.
Because a lot of people enjoyed it, but if you pick the ball up and throw it at anybody on the pitch, you're going to get booked normally. So I don't know why he didn't get booked for that, but maybe that's something you want to mention as well in the comments. But Rodri out for the season with a knee injury. How do they cope with that? What do you think it means for the title race and Manchester City? Get your comments in below. Let us know what your thoughts are. Smash a like and subscribe, and I will speak to you on the next one on That's Football. And please do check out the lunchtime show where we were live on the Goldbridge Arms talking about everything from the Premier League weekend. Take care, everyone. Speak to you all in a bit. Thank you very much for watching.
Why Arsenal fans should trust the process when they have not won nothing for 4 years. I mean, for Arsenal to not win a trophy for 4 years is absolutely unacceptable, isn't it, for Arsenal Football Club standards? It's just not sustainable whatsoever. While you are watching live, if you are new here and watching, make sure you are liking, sharing, and subscribing to my YouTube channel, as I do plenty of Manchester United content on here. I review football shirts and I talk about loads of different things on this YouTube channel. And please subscribe as well to my MrJoshiej football channel and to my F1 channel. The link to my MrJoshiej football channel and F1 channel is in the description to this video. So right, let's cook next. Rodri ACL injury. OMG, Rodri out for the season. Let's have a look. Let's see what Henry Talks Football was being talked about. Here we go. Why Arsenal will win the league. Winners. Big up, bro. Why would you rather LC win the league? No, I didn't say that. I think he's just joined, or are you saying that to Down United 14? Because obviously, me being a Manchester United fan, I hope and pray they don't win the league. But good evening to you, Minerals FC, by the way. Thank you for joining me this evening, mate. But yeah, Down United 14 said he would like to see Liverpool win the league. But, me being a Manchester United fan, just imagine. Oh, that'd be a nightmare. Honestly, a total nightmare. But anyway, let's cook Henry Talks bollocks, shall we? A Tottenham Hotspur fan who has such an obsession with Arsenal. Let's get going. Let's go.
No matter how you say your
That's an ad.
so you feel great in your skin.
Arsenal will win the Premiership, in my opinion. They will win the league title. We saw yesterday a rivalry born. And what I mean by that is so much drama, so much action, goals, red cards, VAR moments, wonder saves. So many brilliant moments in that game, which for me, a rivalry was born. Arteta versus Pep, the apprentice versus the master. And I'm going to explain in this video why I think Arsenal will win the league, especially if Rodri's injury.
What makes you think Arsenal are going to win the league, yeah? What makes you think they're going to go on a consistent run? These silly red cards they're picking up is only going to hamper their progress, isn't it? Why is he hyping Arsenal up when he's a Spurs fan? I have no idea. I'm an Arsenal fan, and do you want Arsenal to lose the league? No, I'd rather, me being a Manchester United fan, of course, I'd rather you guys win the league because obviously Man City and Liverpool are more rivals to us than what Arsenal is. So because Arsenal, in that certain aspects, are less of the equals, I'd rather have Arsenal win the league. But, it's like, I don't get why Henry Talks Football is a Tottenham Hotspur fan, but yet he's got an obsession with Arsenal. I don't understand it. I really don't. But anyway, let's carry on and see what he's saying.
Is an ACL injury, which a lot of people fear it could, even if he's out for a few months. I thought Arsenal yesterday in that second half defended magnificently. And I don't necessarily think the criticism is justified. We're going to speak about both teams. Make sure you go down, hit that subscribe button. Nearly 300 new subscribers over the weekend. We are steamrolling our way towards 25,000 subscribers. Make sure you drop a like on the video if you haven't already. Yesterday's video hit over 1,500 likes, which is phenomenal. Now, this game yesterday, Manchester City got the early goal from Erling Haaland, in which he's been criticised heavily that he couldn't break down this Arsenal defence. And he finally did that. Fantastic first touch from Savinho, draws Calafiori out of position, an absolute dime, cuts that defence in half, and then he just does one touch. David Raya anticipating he's going to go to the back post, and he just toe pokes it under his arm and makes it 1-0. And a lot of people thought City would go on and steamroll them. You're at the Etihad. And to be fair, the first 20 minutes, up until Rodri went off, City looked good. The minute Rodri went off and the minute Erling Haaland got that goal, Arsenal changed their approach to the game. They cut out the wide areas. They stopped City playing out wide, which completely cuts out Phil Foden's game on that left-hand side. When he come on, he had to play more centrally. Savinho wasn't getting abundance of time on the ball after around the 25th minute. Timber did a good job. And I think defensively, Timber, at the moment, is one of the best defenders in the league right now. He's phenomenal at defending. Forget that he didn't make a zero pass. He was just in that job to clear the ball, and that's what they did. Calafiori then responds with a wonder goal. Absolutely phenomenal strike. Quality goal. And then they go and get a set piece, which is just...
I mean, that is absolutely unbelievable. That goal, what Calafiori scored, oh my goodness me, that was amazing. Gabriel Martinelli claims the assist for that. Obviously, look, before Rodri went off injured and Man City took the lead, they looked in complete control. But then once Rodri went off, Man City kind of lost their way a little bit. But, it's like fans can get excited, yeah, that Rodri is injured, but what guarantees is it that Arsenal are going to go on a massive winning run? Because you can't guarantee that in football, can you? I mean, you never know. They defend well. That, of course, they could go on a big winning run, but no guarantees, is there? Because football is unpredictable. Anyway, let's carry on.
Over the bar, and then they finally score again off of a set piece. Manchester City have scored 13 goals in the league, and 10 of those have been Erling Haaland. Now, as great as a goal scorer as Erling Haaland is, that for me is alarm bells. That for me is alarm bells. Arsenal have scored, I think they've scored, is it 7 Premier League goals or 8 Premier League goals? And they've had Havertz on the score sheet. They've had Gabriel on the score sheet. They've had Trossard on the score sheet. I believe they've had a few other players on the score sheet rather than just predominantly it being Erling Haaland. Kai Havertz scored against Brighton. Gabriel scored against Spurs. Against Villa, it was Trossard and Thomas Partey. They've had different goal scorers, which for me is a better way of playing, because if you're so reliant on one player, we've seen this at Spurs with Harry Kane. If that player doesn't get service or doesn't have a good game, they struggle. Now, Manchester City have got world-class talent all over the pitch. But if Rodri is injured, he is the glue. He is the reason why they have. He scored the winner in the Champions League final. He scored the winner at the Emirates a few years ago. He's the best defensive midfielder in the world. He's the most important player to any team in the Premier League. If he has got an ACL injury, that is huge. That opens up the title race, not just for only Arsenal to walk through, but to Liverpool potentially to creep in, because they look very good. They've only conceded 1 goal in the Premier League so far, which is a phenomenal defensive record. But I want to talk about Arsenal's last.
You see, Arsenal, they do have a decent squad in that, but I feel where Arsenal will still fall short, right, is because they didn't sign a proper number 9 in the transfer window. Let's get the narrative right here. It's like if you don't sign a proper number 9, you're not going to score enough goals, are you? Kai Havertz is good going forward and that, scoring goals as a forward, but it's like if you don't have a proper number 9 and Kai Havertz doesn't go on a consistent scoring run, it's like it's no guarantees that Kai Havertz is going to carry on scoring the goals. And Gabriel Jesus, to me, as a false 9, is not good enough. He's not been good enough for a while now. He's been rather disappointing, in my opinion. Also, you know, Raheem Sterling, he's now at Arsenal. Obviously, he's not played much minutes yet, so we can't really judge him too yet. But, Arsenal seriously should have bought a number 9, and I reckon they would have been better prepared. Good evening to you, Kai. Thank you for joining me this evening, mate. Hello, I'm moving flat next week. Wish me good luck. Bosh! Good luck, mate. I hope it all goes well for you. He is deluded. I don't know why he is hyped Arsenal and he is a Spurs fan. See, brown envelopes, mate. Typical brown envelopes. I don't get why teams don't want to play with a number 9. Thanks, Kai. If you played in a proper number 9, you'll be in a much better place in football, won't you? Let's get the narrative right here. Anyway, my iPad's locked up. That's okay. We'll unlock it. There we go. Let's carry on cooking this ramen.
Right. They've beaten Aston Villa 2-0 at Villa Park. They've drawn with Brighton, playing around 40 minutes with 10 men. They've gone and beaten Spurs. They've got a point at Atalanta and they've got a point at City. We're in September and they've played Tottenham, City and Villa away. 3 notorious tough grounds for Manchester City. Yes, they won last season and they won there the season before, but it's always a tough game for them. Manchester City, They've already played their arch rivals without Odegaard, and they played them for 10 men and defended for their lives. They've got the most informed goalkeeper in world football right now. David Raya is absolutely phenomenal. And you look at their upcoming fixtures with Leicester at home, Southampton at home, PSG at home, Bournemouth away. You know, they've got one away game up until November now. I personally think Arsenal will win the league now. I've seen enough of a mentality boost. I've seen enough from Arteta, from his tactical prowess, to change formation and go to a more defensive style of play. They've got people all over the pitch scoring goals. Their centre backs are scoring goals. Their DM, their wide players, their strikers. Yes, they haven't scored as many goals as Manchester City. We know that. Manchester City have scored 13 goals in the league, but they've also conceded 2.
Again, going back to that point, because Arsenal have not bought a proper number 9. This is why I honestly believe they will fall short, because they've not bought in the number 9. You don't bring in the number 9, you're not going to get anywhere, are you? So that's why, unfortunately, I think Arsenal will fall short again. I know Arsenal will bottle it yet again, and they will not go on the winning streak, and they should get a striker. Last summer, that's why fell short again. They won't win the league. I know they will bottle it yet again, and they should get a striker. I mean, they should have got a striker. I agree. Now, they're going to have to wait until January, aren't they? Because the window is closed, unfortunately, for Arsenal. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's all very well not getting results against the top teams. You need to do it against teams down in mid-table and that as well. And to me, Arsenal are not quite capable of going on that winning run. Look, this is no hate on Arsenal, okay? It's just I've seen from experience how they keep on bottling it and that. And it's not good.
Than Arsenal, 4 more than Liverpool. So their goal difference is they might have scored a lot more goals, but their goal difference is only it's actually behind Liverpool because of how strong their defence has been. And I think we've seen a difference in the mentality of these players. People are criticising them and going, oh, you know, etc., etc., etc. You come in and you're playing for a point. What do you expect them to do? 54 minutes with 10 men at your arch Premier League rival for the title, your arch rival for the Premier League title. You're in their backyard and you've got 10 men. What other game plan do you expect Arteta to do? We've seen managers come out there when they've had a player sent off. Ange Postecoglou did this, Tottenham against Chelsea. We had not 1 but 2 men sent off, right? We completely got steamrolled by Chelsea. We saw it before where Liverpool had a couple of red cards.
I remember that game very well. Yep, absolutely, where literally Ange Postecoglou carried on playing a high line down to 9 men, and in the end they paid the price for it, Tottenham, because Chelsea took full advantage. And yeah, Ange Postecoglou should have went more defensive. Then maybe his side could have got all 3 points or a point. But anyway, Pep knows how to win the league. Arteta does not have mentality. Facts, absolute facts. You know, that's why despite Man City unable to break Arsenal down until added on time, they never gave up. But that's the difference between trying to hunt a team down for the league title and a team who has experience of winning the league. That's the number one difference. Anyway, let's carry on.
Against Tottenham, and we scored at the depth to nick it.
Damn.
Liverpool made it incredibly hard for us. Did exactly what Arsenal did and defended for their lives. There is zero. Anyone who thinks there's a different game plan, you're going to carry on playing the football with only, 9 outfield players. It's absolute madness. I don't think there is another approach that Arteta could have done, and he got a point. Yes, they were 30 seconds away from beating Manchester City. Yes, they were 30 seconds away from being top of the league. But they've played 5, they've won 3, they've drawn 2, and the only games they've drawn is when they've been reduced.
It was Arsenal's fault how they did not get all 3 points because they had Trossard sent off, and right in the end of the game, literally, Man City had a corner, and they took a quick corner, and they caught Arsenal out, and John Stones scored the equaliser. So Arsenal only got themselves to blame, I'm afraid. You know, yes, they defended well. Don't get me wrong. I'm taking absolutely nothing away from the way Arsenal defended with 10 men. I thought they were absolutely superb. They're making Man City rush their shots and everything. And the only shot Arsenal had in the second half was when Kai Havertz forced Edison into a save. That's the only shot they had on target in the second half, Arsenal. But defensively, they're brilliant. But when it mattered the most, Arsenal blew it. There's no two ways about it. You have to just take it on the chin and try and learn from this, don't you? But these Arsenal fans trying to blame the PGMOL and that, stop making excuses. Why don't you hold Trossard accountable for getting sent off, yeah? Because it's his own fault he got sent off at the end of the day. Let's get the narrative right here. The only player to blame is Trossard. The rules and regulations state that you're not allowed to kick the ball away. Guess what happens? Already on the yellow card, he kicks the ball away, referee reaches his pocket, and it's like, off you go, mate, jog on. You're sent off for an early bath or early shower. Yeah, referee got that. Absolutely spot on.
It's the 10 men. We are going to drop a video about the VAR because there seems to be an agenda against certain clubs. We are going to be speaking about that on another video. But I think there is more than enough in the tank this season for Arsenal to go and win the Premier League. I'm just being brutally honest. I think they've got enough consistency in their away performances. I actually think they play better away than they do at home. They've got the Champions League, they've got the League Cup. There's games coming thick and fast. Right, there is. Games coming thick and fast. I personally believe the way...
Like for all teams, yeah? Like with this new Champions League format and that, and Carabao Cup matches, it's like all teams are in this same position, not just Arsenal. You know, us, Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea, Spurs, all teams have to play a load of football this season. So you cannot use that as an excuse, yeah? When you're professional footballers, you have to deal with the schedule. Do I agree with there being a lot of matches? I mean, for people who want to watch the football, it's great. But for these footballers, it has got to be so mentally, physically exhausting and jarring that these players have to play so much football. Let's get the narrative right here. Do you think Pep will find a new way, and do you think they will still win the league? I don't like him at all, and I don't know why he is hyped Arsenal when he is a Spurs fan. I mean, look, if there's one manager who can get Man City over the line still, is Pepe Guardiola, because they had Haaland injured before and they had Kevin De Bruyne injured, but you know, it hasn't affected them before. But now this is a huge test of character now that there's no more Rodri in the team for the rest of the season. Hi, Mr. There we go. I did it all then. But good evening to you, Hayden Cox. Thank you for joining me this evening then. Well, you joined me earlier, didn't you, on my other stream? But unfortunately, I had to cancel it in the end because the game got abandoned. So I had to end the live watched on early because I was doing a live watch on to Atalanta versus Como or Conmo, whatever the way you say it. But yeah, I was doing a live watch on, and that got cancelled because the game got abandoned until tomorrow due to a wet pitch. Why is hype Arsenal when he hates Arsenal when he's a Spurs fan? I know it's laughable, isn't it, Daniel like 14? I don't understand it either, mate. I really don't. It's just mad one, isn't it? It's like, why do these fans overhype? It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But anyway, let's carry on listening to this Henry Talks bollocks.
The way they keep playing right now, they are. I think they're going to have a really, really good season. If they don't win a trophy, then you maybe have to ask questions on Arteta. You are going up against the greatest Premier League side that's ever assembled, in my opinion. And of course, they're in 4 competitions. But they've got a good run of games now up until November. And then November is another test. It's Newcastle United away. It's Inter Milan away. It's Chelsea away. Sporting away. West Ham away. Man United at home. Monaco at home. But you want to win the biggest trophies. You want to beat the best. You got to beat the best. You want to beat the best. You got to beat the best. Sorry, Man City.
But Arsenal, you know, they now. I wrote comments on his YouTube channel. Did you? Oh, what about that prick commenting on that your channel earlier? But why are you lying again? Because I can. Work rate, mate. Work rate. And these mutants are getting cooked, honestly. All these PR merchants, they need exposing, mate. Yeah, what about that prick commenting that on your channel, mate? What you sent earlier? Yeah, I know. What a fucking wanker, mate, honestly. Anyway, I put him in the bin, so he's out of here faster before he can say, but, bosh. Yep, he's out of here. Do you want me to know what I said to him? You can do, as long as it isn't too rude and that. If it's rude, then I would have to remove the comment. But if not, then that's absolutely fine. Go for it, Daniel Knight 14. Go for it, mate. Because these PR YouTubers need exposing, honestly. It's like the way they lowered the standards in football is an absolute disgrace, honestly. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But yeah, 3 more minutes left of Henry Talks bollocks.
On the other hand, I thought they were poor in the second half. I thought very wasteful. I thought Pep made a number of mistakes. If you're going to play wingers, you've got to play out and out wingers. Doku's more of a kind of an inside forward. Savinho's a proper winger. Very techie, very skillful, lovely first touch. The City have got games in which Wolves away, they haven't been fantastic at. Newcastle United, always a tough game for City.
Wolves have been crap, though. So I don't think Man City will have any problems going to Molineux, even without Rodri, because to me, Wolves look not very good this season. I'm not going to lie. They're kind of struggling a little bit, so I don't reckon it'd be a problem for them, to be honest. Because Man City are elite. They always find a way through. They really do. No matter what you throw at them. But the 115, this and that. No, it's not about the 115, okay? Man City is so disrespected. Honestly, it's absolutely unbelievable. I said to him, why are you hyping Arsenal up for titles when you are a Spurs fan? Josh doesn't do any PR. Nope. And I never will, Hayden Cox. Never will, mate. Right, let's have a look.
Kevin De Bruyne won the pass into Oscar Bob. They've got an easier run in the Champions League. They've got Sparta Prague and they've got Slavia and Bratislava. Then they got Sporting, then they got Feyenoord. I expect City to steamroll those teams in the Champions League and steamroll majority of teams in the Premier League. Around November time, where they've got Brighton, Spurs, Liverpool, we will kind of see where they're made of. But in terms of if Rodri is out, that is literally a game changer for me. That is an absolute game changer because he is absolutely everything to them. He's the glue. He's the kind of...
Oh, you mutant.
For apprenticeships to all fulfillment centre employees. So you can show her any.
A player's coach in terms of he leads by example. His stats are absolutely ridiculous. I think every game that he's played in out the last 50, they haven't lost. And genuinely, I think he's an absolute phenomenal player. And if he is out, we'll have to wait and see. Even if it's out for 2 months, that's huge. And of course, Arsenal played Tottenham, Atalanta, and Manchester City without Martin Odegaard. You would imagine Martin Odegaard now could be back by the PSG game or Southampton. That would give them a huge boost. You know, their captain. And I think the way they're dealing with games away from home now is they're just incredibly tough to beat. And that's through Arteta's tactics. You know, everyone's crucifying them saying, oh, it's your Jose, it's Tony Pulis. But Jose Mourinho made a...
See, Arsenal tough to beat. No, we're other teams afraid of Arsenal last season. You know, we're Aston Villa scared, we're Fulham scared, we're West Ham scared. No, they weren't. No one is afraid of Arsenal because Arsenal, you cannot rely on them to go on a consistent run at the end of the day, can you? Let's get the narrative right here. Let's absolutely have it right, people. Do you like him? I'm just cooking him, really, mate. Not a huge fan. What do you think of Adam? He left the United stand. I mean, he's all right. I don't watch him as much as I used to. He used to be on the full-time Devils as well, which is the Stratford paddock. You talk about Adam McCullough, or you talk about another Adam. But Adam McCullough, yeah, I still watch him sometimes, Chris, if that's who you're talking about. He is deluded. Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about Henry talks bollocks, or are you talking about Adam, who was on the United stand at Daniel Knight 14? Let me know down below in the live chat. I'm just curious to find out which one you're talking about in the end of the day. Anyway, let's carry on with this mutant.
Reround this. Jose Mourinho beat Pep Guardiola's Barcelona side with that Inter Milan side. He schooled the greatest ever footballing side you will ever see. He schooled them. That is how you beat a Pep Guardiola side. If you go toe-to-toe with if you go toe-to-toe with City, you're never really going to come out on top. Tottenham have got a very good record playing Manchester City in the last 10 years. And the reason we've got a good record is because we counter-attack them and defend for our lives. Man City are not the sort of team that are going to defend for their lives. And Man City are not the sort of team that you can go toe-to-toe with because they've got so much talent. But Tottenham have beaten them. You know, they've only won 2 games in our ground in the last 7 or 8. And they've only won 1 in the Premier League. So in terms of how you approach the City game, I think they got it bang on the money. And bearing in mind they did it for 54, 55, 56 minutes with 10 men. Like what more do you expect from that Arsenal side? Let me know down below. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you have subscribed. And I'll see you all in the next one. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Here we go. We got to check out the next one, haven't we? Henry talks bollocks. OMG, Rodri out for the season. Henry, because he's alluded as... No, Adam from the United stand. To be honest, Chris, I've not watched a lot of him, to be honest. Has he started his own YouTube channel or something? But yeah, I know who you're talking about now, but I've not really watched a lot of Adam, to be honest, so can't really comment on that one, Chris, unfortunately. But thanks for your comments anyway, Henry, because he's deluded as when he is a Spurs fan and doesn't understand why he hypes Arsenal. I thought he hates Arsenal. Well, I guess because he's getting paid by the brown envelopes and that, he likes to talk about Arsenal. It's a bit like Terry Flowers, isn't it? He's a Manchester United fan, but yet he's got an obsession with Arsenal. It's like, what are we doing here? Seriously, real talk, what are we doing here, people? It's absolutely ridiculous. Jarring, absolutely jarring, man. Right, anyway, let's carry on watching Henry talks bollocks. Let's check out the Rodri injury video.
Giorgio Armani.
Rodri suffers an ACL injury, and genuinely, this opens up the title race massively for Arsenal and Liverpool. Genuinely, right now, this is a game changer, and I strongly believe when I did my Premier League predictions, I caveated it. You can go back and watch that video. I said it on the terrace. If Rodri gets an injury, because he played 78, 77, 79 games, whatever it was last season, all the way through the Euros as well. If he gets an injury, it could be curtains. We're going to break it down. We're going to talk about Arsenal's chances and, of course, Liverpool's. I've already predicted Arsenal to win the league on my Premier League predictions. David Ornstein dropped the bomber earlier.
See, this is why I don't understand it. He's a Tottenham Hotspur fan, but yet he actually is he actually thinks Arsenal are going to win the league. It's like, why, if you're a Spurs fan, why are you so obsessed with Arsenal? I don't understand it. I really don't. It's like, what are we doing here, people? That's like me as a Manchester United fan coming out and saying me kept doing Man City videos. All these mutants would think I had an obsession with Man City. So why is it these rival fans have an obsession with rival football clubs? I mean, it's just... But what you got to realise, Hayden Cox, is he's getting paid to say it as well. Money's being paid by his sponsors and that. That's what you got to take into consideration, mate. Honestly. Unpopular opinion, mate, but I kind of think this guy is talking sense. I mean, fair enough, that's your own opinion at the end of the day. But, you know, literally, they still need to be called out because I don't think it's sustainable how these rival fans have an obsession with their bitter rivals. It's not a good look to me. It doesn't sit well with me, to be honest, mate. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, you may have your own opinion, and I got my own opinion, mate. So, yeah, anyway, let's carry on with this.
Make sure you go down, smash that like button if you're enjoying the content. Make sure you have subscribed to the channel. We are closing in on 24,000 subs, less than 500 away now. The road to 25k is well and truly on. Now, Rodri, for me, the best DM in the world. The guy is absolutely phenomenal. He's the most important player for any system in world football. He is the glue in that midfield. He has not lost the game in his last 50.
Thanks, and I can agree with you on that, Henry talks bollocks. He is one of the best midfielders, honestly, probably the best in the world. So that we can agree on. Agree, mate. I'm not against your opinion. We are all allowed on. But I agree with what he said about Rodri there, 100%.
In the game he started in the Premier League. Absolutely phenomenal. Team of the Year, Euro Team of the Year, Champions League Team of the Year, Premier League, Euro, FA Cup Finals, trebles, FA Cup Finals last year. He is genuinely a generational type midfielder. If you take him out of that system, Manchester City now, huge question marks around their midfield. Who goes in there? Kovacic will probably be the most like-for-like change. Does he have the legs? If this injury is the whole season, mark my words, Manchester City will have to have one hell of a season now. And this will probably be the most important, bearing in mind what City have got coming out. They've got the court case over their head. De Bruyne, he's probably going to pick up a couple of knocks. He's not a spring chicken anymore. Foden, for some reason, he's not starting games. And Erling Haaland is the only player in their team.
Kevin De Bruyne is literally still one of the best players, but it's clear as day that he's not got the same pace anymore. But when Man City needs someone to get out of jail, Kevin De Bruyne is literally one of the best still, in my opinion. But he's definitely lost a bit of pace, without a question. And Man City need to look into start replacing him in the future. Don't just leave it until he retires and that, or leaves. Start looking at replacements now. Get someone else lined up.
Actually scored more than one goal. David Ornstein dropped the bomber. Rodri expected to miss significant period with a serious knee injury. Manchester City midfielder suffered problem in Man City's draw with Arsenal. Duration not confirmed. Tests continue, but 28-year-old Spanish international set for a long absence. And then Fabrizio Romano confirmed today that he has arrived in Barcelona for a scan on his knee, and he has suffered ligament damage. This is absolutely huge. I don't think people understand how big this injury is. The only injury that you could say could be worse than Manchester City from a goal perspective is obviously Erling Haaland. And there you can see right now, Rodri will undergo more tests in the next few hours.
If you take Erling Haaland out of that team, they really are 100% a lot weaker without Erling Haaland. Because at the moment, Erling Haaland is the only one who is scoring a lot of goals, and literally Phil Foden is not starting as many matches this season. We all know that Phil Foden, right, did not have a very good Euros, but I honestly thought he would be starting more games. But Pep must have his reasons. Maybe Phil Foden has got something going on in his personal life what we're not aware of. You just don't know, do you? You never know what happens behind closed doors. Haaland is a robot. I agree. But it does seem odd to me why Phil Foden hasn't been starting as many games this season. Yet he is yet to start a game, because yesterday he came on as a substitute. So it's like, to me, it's a weird one. I'm not going to lie. I can't work out why Phil Foden isn't really starting matches. Foden just needs a rest. Maybe. I think you might be right, Hayden Cox.
Manchester City expecting to miss the remainder of the season with an ACL injury. The initial feeling after first test is that the anticruciate ligament tear is in his right knee. Huge. The worst news you could have got for if you're a Manchester City fan. So the question is, who goes in to replace him? I think they can get to January, and January is all about, do they bring in, I even said it on the Football Terrace, do they bring in Kante on a 6-month loan? Do they go and get Walker?
The only one I think they got MrJoshiej. I'll stop by. Who are we cooking today? I've been cooking Henry Talks Bollocks, as the famous Lee Gunner likes to call him, because he has an obsession with Arsenal when he's meant to be a Tottenham fan. And, Terry Flowers as well, being a Man United fan, has an obsession with Arsenal. Henry Talks Waffle. A couple points I agreed with, but, it's like, we all know why he talks about Arsenal a lot, don't we? Pound notes. I will do anything for pound notes. brown envelopes being paid by their sponsors. Let's get the narrative right here. But good evening to you, Private Ping Pong. I hope you're well. I hope your day's going good. Good to see you on here, mate. Anything about notes, 100%, mate. Facts, absolute facts. But, you know, it's like, I don't understand, if you are a YouTuber, why you'd have an obsession for rival teams. This is like, because surely you'd be saying, as a Spurs fan, oh, I don't want Arsenal to win the league. But he keeps hyping up Arsenal like they're going to win the league. And to me, it's wrong, I think. I don't agree with it at all. Yes, he's made a couple of good points there. I'm not saying it's all PR bollocks, but he does talk mainly banger and mash waffle. I'm not going to lie. Been a while. I hope you're well. And big up the chat. Yes, Private Ping Pong. Thanks, mate. Absolute thanks. But anyway, let's continue with this.
From Crystal Palace. Do they break the bank for Bruno Guimaraes? I don't think Bruno Guimaraes is a realistic option because he's now Newcastle's captain. And they're probably going to be looking at around £100 million. Very unlikely they're going to sell halfway through the season. You look at City's squad, it's a very, very, very talented squad, you know, and they've got big plans for a lot of their players. O'Reilly, you know, fantastic player. Matthias Nunes, he's got to step up now. Kovacic has got to step up. James McTete, I can always butcher his name. James McTete, I think his name's pronounced. Got O'Reilly. You've got Rico Lewis who can play there. John Stones can invert from centre back, but no one is a like for like change, and you aren't going to get a like for like change because he's the best.
The problem is when John Stones is he seems to be injury prone as well, so there's no guarantees that even with John Stones that he will be able to stay fit all season and play in the CDM role. It's going to be interesting. I'm not going to lie. Who, you know, Man City going to play in the central defensive fields, but I believe Pepe Guardiola, he will find a way eventually. It's as simple as that. But, you know, these YouTubers who like to talk bollocks and that, and put in their video titles like, oh, Arsenal's scary, oh, Man United are scary, this and that. It's all for the PR, and that's what it is. They clickbait their titles and that, and I don't agree with it, man. I think it's wrong. I'm never going to become one of them PR YouTubers, honestly. Never in a million years. I won't do anything for clicks and views. I won't put clickbait titles in the thumbnails. None of that shit. You're not going to get that from me because I am authentic. City will experiment in the League Cup this week. I mean, that's a perfect opportunity, isn't it, Daniel Knight 14? As they're playing in the Carabao Cup, why not experiment now? It's an opportunity, isn't it? Then Pep can know for sure where the team stands at the end of the day. Just going to plug my phone in because I don't want it to run out of battery. We're on 20%. Oh, hang on. Power saving. There we go. Turn it off. So it charges up faster. Here we go. There we go. Gosh. That's now charging up. How's it going to stand? This is the thing, because sometimes doesn't always want to stand. See, like this. Stand up. But yeah, I agree. It is an opportunity for them to experiment. Facts, absolute facts. But yeah, let's carry on listening to what he has to say. Let's carry on. And then we're going to get on to some more. You know, we're going to get on to that absolute brown envelope, Rory Lemons, and also the football Terrence as well. Because he's probably be talking out this headline about Rodri being injured. And like I said, he's another one where he's got an obsession with Arsenal. But I don't actually hate Terry Flowers because when he's doing Man United videos and that, he literally makes some very good points. And I think he's the ball trawled out like what I am. So, in certain aspects, I do agree with what Terry Flowers says about Manchester United. But it's like, I don't understand why he has to keep talking about Arsenal now. Because, yes, you can talk about other football clubs, but to be doing it 24/7 and that, it's like, get the fuck out of here. What are we doing here? Seriously, people. Ah, no idea, but not liking it, guys. I'm really not. But then you're just boring, MrJoshiej. It's called having my own opinion. Okay, let's get the narrative right here. But anyway, let's carry on watching him. Henry talks football. Oh, hold on.
DM in the world is a huge injury blow. Now, since he did it last year, without De Bruyne for 5 months, but Phil Foden stepped up. But a lot of those City players on his back carried the team. Was genuinely phenomenal last season. One of the best players in the league, if not the best. And with this injury to Rodri, I don't know if they... if they don't bring in a serious bit of quality in, you know, in the next few months. Let's not forget, Arsenal only finished 2 points off. 2 points off Manchester City. The season before that, it was only 5 points off. So far, Arne Slot looks a real tactician. They've only conceded 1 goal, Liverpool. They are scoring goals for fun. They're beating teams in the Champions League. Liverpool look a really strong outfit this season. Got some better players than Arsenal, but I think Arsenal's system probably better. Does this injury open the door up for Arsenal and Liverpool? 100% yes. If you took...
I'm no doubt about it. It's going to make things a lot more interesting, isn't it? And make the league wide open and that. But as a neutral, I think it's absolutely gutting that, you know, Rodri is out. Because as a neutral, I love watching Rodri. Now, obviously, it's like if you take a Manchester United player out of the team, say, like Højlund and that, no doubt about it. You take Rasmus Højlund out of the team, the captain, number 8, even though he's been very poor recently, you know, we would still be a weaker team without number 8 and without Rasmus Højlund. It's because you can't rely on Joshua Sirski to keep scoring the goals the rest of the season, because Joshua Sirski, you know, this is his first season and that. But as he's a Manchester United player, the pressure is on for him to deliver. I'm not going to lie. You know, because you're at Manchester United, you don't get any time to develop at Manchester United, yeah? The minute you put that shirt on, you are under pressure immediately. And Joshua Sirski will know this, but it's like we really need him to start scoring the goals, because there's no guarantees that Rasmus Højlund will stay fit all season, because he's already suffered a couple of niggles and that. And the fact that he got injured during pre-season just goes to show that we don't want to burn him out. Yes, we want him to play games and that, but we don't want to rush him back. I say the next couple games, bench him, and then, you know, or start him, then take him off later on. But for someone to score goals and that, I think in the moment you can rely on Rasmus Højlund more than Joshua Sirski. But like I said, I'm not going to judge Joshua Sirski yet. It's still very early days for him, isn't it? But, you know, definitely it opens the door up now for Arsenal and Liverpool. Will they win it now? That's the question. Or will Man City find a way? Who knows? You just don't know, do you? But anyway, let's carry on with this.
Martin Odegaard or Bukayo Saka out.
Oh, hold on. Didn't mean to do that.
Gallery.
I touched the wrong button. Fuck's sake. Where were we to? Here we go. We're about.
It's Bayern Munich, the Allianz Arena. Beating teams in the Champions League. Liverpool look a really strong outfit this season.
Here we go.
Got some better players than Arsenal, but I think Arsenal's system probably better. Does this injury open the door up for Arsenal and Liverpool? 100% yes. If you took Martin Odegaard or Bukayo Saka out for the rest of the season for Arsenal, would it reduce their chances of winning the league? Yes. If you took Salah or Van Dijk out of Liverpool's season, would it reduce Liverpool's chances of winning the league? Absolutely. You're taking out their star player, the one who makes them tick, the glue, the balance between defence and attack, the one that delivers big, big goals.
That's what I agree with as well. You know, a couple points I do agree with. Take Salah out that team, Liverpool are weaker. Take, say, Bukayo Saka out the Arsenal team or Declan Rice and that, they are weaker. No doubt about it. That we can agree on.
League final winner, worldie against Bayern Munich that season at the Allianz Arena. Winner against the Emirates a few years ago. Jumps right near the away fans. He is a phenomenal, world-class player. I don't think, personally, they will win the league now. I think that's how big of a loss this is. Opens up the door massively for Arsenal.
But you see, it's like you can't rule Man City out now because they do have Pep Guardiola at the end of the day. And if anyone can get them over the line, it is Pep Guardiola, isn't it? Because Pep Guardiola has the elite mentality. Look at what he did in Barcelona. 2009, 2011 Champions League final. Twice he broke my team's hearts in that final when he had Lil Messi and that. He completely outplayed Sir Alex Ferguson.
They should be doing everything they can. And that thing that Erling Haaland said to Arteta, stay humble, yeah? If I'm Arteta, you think back to that treble-winning season where Man City had a sign-up saying treble, with pictures of the FA Cup, the Champions League, and the Premier League. If I'm in Arteta's shoes, I'd be playing that clip over and over and over again and trying to drum into those Arsenal players. It is about the winning mentality. If you want it, the door is open now. You just got to smash it off the hinges. From a Liverpool perspective, you know, they're probably thinking, do Arsenal have the character and the mentality to go and win? Liverpool last year picked up another bit of silverware, opens up the door for them. Arne Slot is a very, very, very good coach who got Feyenoord into a Conference League final when they shouldn't be anywhere near it. One Eredivisie has come in and has given Liverpool a lot more of a stability. Like last season, so many games, a basketball match. Now they've actually starting to manage games out. You know, they're scoring goals to fun. Luis Diaz looks in impeccable form. We're only 5 games into the season, but this is an absolute gut punch if you're a City fan. If you're an Arsenal or Liverpool, maybe even Aston Villa, this you have got to be right now thinking it's ours. And yesterday we saw a proper rivalry. It reminded me of Alex Ferguson, Jose. Alex Ferguson, Wenger. Jose Ferguson. A proper rivalry. None of this giving each other cuddles crap. Getting stuck in. Big moments. Drama. Goals. VAR. Red cards. We've now got Barclays Premier League back. And genuinely, with this injury, Arsenal and Liverpool, in my opinion, I'd probably be leaning more towards the Arsenal side of things because I think the last 2 years they have finished above Liverpool, but I'm not writing Liverpool off because they're a very, very good side. If Arsenal are going to win...
You cannot write Liverpool off. Not one bit can you write Liverpool off. Yes, I know they didn't really sign any players in the summer, but they still got an outstanding team. So definitely, I would not write them off. Absolutely, do not write Liverpool off. Yeah, I honestly believe they are in this title race. But as this Army Slot's first season, will Liverpool be able to carry on with this? Like, encouraging starting that. I know they lost to Nottingham Forest and that, but they had a good win against a very poor AC Milan side. But AC Milan did win the Milan derby yesterday, which I was a bit surprised about because I thought Inter were going to steamroll them, to be honest. But, you know, fair play to AC Milan. It just goes to show you never know what happens in a derby, do you, at the end of the day? But it's like, yeah, Liverpool with Army Slot, they are doing well at the moment, but it will be a test of character to see how they can cope. Obviously, if Man City slip up and Arsenal go on a big winning streak and that, then I feel they're slightly more prepared than what Liverpool are, but there's still possibility that Liverpool could still win the Premier League as well. You know, Rodri being out is going to make things a lot more interesting. We'll wait and see what happens. Just going to watch the end of this, then I'm going to get onto that absolute brown envelope. Rory Lemons.
The league is going to be this season now. It's going to be this season. De Bruyne is, I guarantee you will pick up another knock and miss a few games. And does Foden have what it takes to be the main creative source again? Yes, but there's more games this season. He's probably going to play more games for England. You've got the Club World Cup they've got to worry about, which is basically going to be their pre-season. There's so many different factors now. Who is going to play? Does John Stones potentially come out from a centre-back to a DM, playing a double pivot with Kovacic? Matthias Nunes. If you could put Nunes and Kovacic together, you would get something close to a Rodri. Because Nunes is great at covering space, but doesn't have the on-the-ball ability of a Kovacic. But Kovacic can't cover space. That is what Rodri does perfectly. You know, Nobbin summed it up on the Top 6 show absolutely perfectly. And I personally think when you look at City's game they've got coming up, they play tomorrow night, is the perfect game to experiment stuff. They're playing against Watford. I know Watford have got Tom Cleverley, and he looks at a relatively good upcoming coach from the Championship who's had, you know, an okay start. They're only 3 points off of the playoff positions. However, Man City should be going out there and steamrolling them. But tomorrow is probably the first game where I reckon Pep will start experimenting things. And if any...
On paper, yes, Man City should be steamrolling Watford, but it depends. If, all right, they won the Carabao Cup, what, 3 or 4 times in a row? Since then, it looks like Pep hasn't really been bothered about this competition. So I think it just depends what sort of lineup they put out tomorrow, really, Man City. Whether they'll put out a really strong team or they'll put out mixture of experience and youth players, but it's definitely an opportunity for Pep to experiment the central defensive field. But I think they will win against Watford, to be honest. But again, it's like, do Man City really want it? Do they want to stay in this competition? Because like I said, ever since they won it 3 or 4 times in a row, they've never taken it seriously ever since, really.
Manager can do it. It is Guardiola, but boy, oh boy, oh boy, you are asking him for... It's like it is like Tottenham performing in that season when Kane won the Golden Boot and the Playmaker Award, getting top 4 without Harry Kane. It's like Liverpool winning that Premier League without Mohamed Salah. It's like Chelsea winning all those finals without Didier Drogba. You're taking out such a key, important part of the puzzle, such a key, important role that he plays. Winner of the Euros, Euro team of the season, Premier League team of the season, Champions League team of the season. Scored the winning goal to win City the treble against Inter Milan. Now you open up the door for Arsenal and Liverpool. I've said it before, Arsenal win the Premier League. I'm going to say it again. If they're going to do it, it is going to be this year, in my opinion, because right now, I just don't see how Guardiola, there's a hell of a lot of problems.
I mean, I think Arsenal, if they can play well against the top sides and mid-table teams, then I think you have to say they are possibly title favourites. But can you rely on Arsenal going on a consistent run? This is the one thing what really would concern me as a neutral with Arsenal not signing a proper number 9. I honestly believe they won't quite have enough quality, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens. And can Army Slot maintain this at Liverpool as well, the start they've had? Yes, I know they've lost to Forest, but the last 2 games, they looked absolutely superb, honestly. And only 1 goal conceded as well. That is impressive, to be fair, by Liverpool.
That City club, like they don't look as dominant in front of goal. Yes, Erling Haaland does. And to be fair, Savinho's been a player, but haven't seen much of Foden yet. De Bruyne has been out. Defensively, they don't look as strong as last season. Let me know your thoughts down below. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you have subscribed. The road to 25k is on. And I will see you all in the next one. Thank you for watching. I am.
Right, let's get on to Rory Jennings, shall we? The absolute brown envelope. Your turn next.
Empower knowledge workers with AI-powered business productivity.
That's an ad, so we'll carry on.
Off the back of that incredible game at the Etihad, a mad narrative.
How Arteta has finally beaten Guardiola. No, he didn't beat him, did he, you absolute Ronan? He drew to Pep Guardiola, so he didn't beat him, did he? If they won the game, you could put that in the video title, but straight away you could tell that is a clickbait headline. Look at that. Look at this, look, in 4K. Look at that. Look at that. I'll zoom in closer. How Arteta finally beat Pep Guardiola. It's like, what are we doing here? Seriously, get the fuck out of here. It's mad, honestly. I mean, what a brown envelope, honestly. Putting that in the video title. How Arteta's finally beaten Guardiola. I think you find the score was 2-2, mate. Dear me. What a wanker. Rory Lemons.
Seems to have taken hold. And it is time for us now on this channel to dispel it. Arsenal did not drop 2 points yesterday. A categorical proven fact. Arsenal did not.
They did not drop 2 points yesterday. I think you find they did, mate, because they drew the game. If they won the game and picked up 3 points, then no, they haven't dropped 2 points. But because they drew the game, lapse in concentration in the defence, they switched off. It's as simple as that. Let's get the narrative right here, mate, yeah? Dear me. What are we doing here, people? Seriously. What the fuck is this clown talking about?
Not drop 2 points. It was a pulsating game of football, culminating in an equaliser 8 minutes into injury time. But it really wasn't Arsenal who dropped anything. It's a very rare situation in football where you can concede an equaliser so late and yet still legitimately feel like the victor. But that is exactly how Mikel Arteta and his team should feel. It wasn't Arsenal who dropped anything. Arteta's team got it right. I'll tell you what, it is exciting because a rivalry is brewing. A storm is coming, and it is going to be so beautiful in its hatred that I cannot wait for their next encounter. And as always with any rivalry, at the spearhead of that rivalry, it's the managers. Arsene Wenger versus Sir Alex Ferguson. Rafael Benitez versus Jose Mourinho. And now it's Mikel Arteta versus Pep Guardiola. And we know that it's going to be gladiatorial. Now, there was a time fairly recently where the accepted wisdom was that Mikel Arteta cannot get anywhere near Pep Guardiola. It was a fair and just theory. A provable theory. The season before last, for example, Arsenal paid
Has he beaten Pep Guardiola yet? No, to a league title? No. No, he hasn't. Arteta is yet to beat Pepe Guardiola to a title. So what on earth are you talking about, mate? Seriously. Ah, dear me. An absolute running. What are we doing here?
Manchester City 3 times, and 3 times they got battered. However, 2 years is a very long time in football development. And what we learned after that game at the Etihad is that the chasm isn't closing between Guardiola and Arteta. It is closed. Arteta, over the past 2 seasons, has been perfecting his craft. And I think it's fair to
It is closed, is it? Computer says no.
say now that there is at best a Rizzler paper between the two. Last season, Mikel Arteta took 4 points off of Pep Guardiola. And this season, away from home, despite the points tally being the same, it's so...
Did they still win the league? No, because they didn't beat teams like Fulham, Aston Villa, West Ham. That's another key factor why Arsenal didn't win the league last season. And of course, the season before that, they blew an 8-point lead. After being 8 points clear, they finished 6 points behind Manchester City. So it's like, seriously, what on earth is he talking about, man? Honestly, what a load of PR bollocks by Rory Lemons. Honestly, absolute running. What a brown envelope. But there you go. He's been paid by TalkSport, so no surprise there. And he's always on fucking TalkSport as well.
different. In the managerial duel that we witnessed at the Etihad, the scoreline was Mikel Arteta 1, Pep Guardiola 0. Arteta's team asked all the questions. It was Arteta's team that forced Guardiola's team into all sorts of trouble, and if it wasn't...
Ask the questions. Are you not forgetting the start of the game, yeah? That Arsenal actually started the game poorly and Man City were all over Arsenal. What are we doing here? Yeah? But then Rodri went off. Arsenal upped the tempo. And then obviously they did well to take the leads, but they let themselves down because Trossard got that red card. And then Arsenal sat back and defended second half. Yes, they did very well, but they didn't get over the line, did they? So, it's mad.
The idiocy of Leandro Trossard, I am convinced that Arsenal would have managed to secure the 3 points. It is not often that we can say this, but it's true today. Pep Guardiola was well and truly battered at home. It's not often that I can say this. What on earth was Pep Guardiola thinking? How many mistakes did Pep Guardiola make? Off the top of my head, it was more in one game than he's made in his entire City career. Seriously, think about it. Just off the top of your head, where did Guardiola get it wrong? How about the situation where he allowed it to be Ruben Diaz constantly taking pot shot after pot shot, 35 yards to beat the best keeper in the league at the moment? How about the situation where he allowed Mateo Kovacic to occupy the space that so obviously should have been being occupied by Phil Foden? How did he leave Jack Grealish off the pitch for so long? The unforgivable one, not combating Arsenal corners. We know how good Nico Jova is. Guardiola definitely, obviously knows how good Nico Jova is. City had a warning shot fired at them when Gabriel made a bit of a mess of the free header off the back of the corner moments before he scored the goal. Guardiola didn't combat it. Not playing Rico Lewis, playing Kyle Walker.
It's a brilliant header what Gabriel scored, but apparently I need to watch this back. I haven't quite seen it yet in real time in that, but apparently that Edison was fouled, and if that's the case, then surely that goal should have been disallowed. But like I said, I'm not going to speculate on it because I haven't really had a chance to look back properly yet at that incident. Maybe when I look back at it and can get a full assessment, then possibly, I could literally get a full assessment in that. So, but yeah, to say he made mistakes in that, yes, all managers make mistakes, but it's very rare that Pep Guardiola makes a mistake. But to come out saying how Arteta has finally beaten Pep Guardiola, we'll find out in May, mate, yeah? That's when we'll find out if he's finally beaten Pep Guardiola. or not. Let's get the narrative right here. I mean, honestly, this YouTuber, what an absolute clown, honestly. An absolute knobhead.
Carl Walker on Gabriel at corners. The list genuinely goes on and on. Now, play the same game with Mikel Arteta. Where did Arteta get it wrong? Give one example. What did Arteta do wrong? Did he set his team up poorly? With hindsight, was the team selection off? Did he fail to combat City's biggest threats? Or, from Mikel Arteta's perspective, was it the perfect day? Where Guardiola made a pig's ear of it against Arteta, Arteta got it inch perfect against Guardiola. And the fact that Arsenal were gutted with a point tells us everything. Manchester City should be 3 points clear at the top of the league. They should be 5 points clear of Arsenal. They should have won the game. They were playing against 10 men for an entire half. But City are not 3 points clear at the top of the league. They are not 5 points clear of Arsenal. And the reason that they are not 3 points clear at the top of the league and 5 points clear of Arsenal is because of Arteta's brilliance. Arteta set his team up to perfection and Guardiola had no answers. Terribly sorry to interrupt this video, but please do me just one quick favor. Please click that subscribe button if you are enjoying this video. It massively helps me out and I would love to welcome you into this community. Thank you so much. Click subscribe. Now look, I know how difficult it is to play against a coach.
No, thank you. I rather not.
England home and away enough to watch England with all of the ability on the pitch struggle to find a way through the likes of Andorra. But the responsibility is on the manager to find a way. And overall, when you think back on the game, it was quite easy for Arsenal. It didn't really feel like they were backs against the wall, did it? Save after save for David Raya? Not really. Last-ditch blocks by Gabriel?
I mean, what a blinder he had, David Raya. What a goalkeeper he is. I mean, there was a debate before, who's the better goalkeeper? Out of Aaron Ramsdale or David Raya? And now you have to say that David Raya is a much better goalkeeper, honestly. I mean, what he's doing is absolutely sensational. It's unbelievable, honestly. Wow. Right, anyway, let's carry on cooking this wanker.
Clearances off the line from Julian Timber? No. It was comfortable. It actually feels like the game could still be going on now, and Arsenal would have the ability to keep Man City at bay. You know, what happened in the 98th minute? The scramble, the desperation for a goal. That should have been happening.
Maybe 11 against 11, yes. But because it was 10 against 11, you just wouldn't really know, would you, what happened 11 against 11? But Man City, once Rodri went off, they were nowhere near at their best. And the second half, they were rushing their shots. But in the end, they found the space, you know, where John Stones found a breakthrough.
In the preceding 45 minutes. But it wasn't, because basically, Pep Guardiola had no answer. The only reason why Arsenal could feel a bit gutted is because City were there for the taking. They could and possibly should have secured the 3 points. But on some level, what Arsenal achieved is bigger than the 3 points. Arsenal have redressed the balance. Arteta has dominated Pep Guardiola, and that is an existential win. It's the symbolism involved. Pep Guardiola
Again, we'll see in May, yeah? Dear May.
was scared. He lost himself. He's booting the chair. He knew how lucky he was. The apprentice has become the master. And on some level, that is worth more than...
I mean, Pep needs calling out on that one. I mean, to kick a chair like that, that is not sustainable. And he should get fines for that because that's damaging literally public property. So he should get fines for that. Honestly, that's not sustainable by Pep Guardiola.
3 points. Arteta had Guardiola out of ideas. Ruben Diaz pot shots, trying to reenact the Vincent Kompany goal at Leicester City. To leave the Etihad with a point and be heartbroken is the mentality of champions. I also think it's important to acknowledge the pragmatism involved from Mikel Arteta. He went for the jugular, and then when the circumstances changed, he changed. And pragmatic management can only be seen as a good thing. Parking the bus, as a concept, in my opinion, is something that we should celebrate. But people don't like it, do they? People get the hump. When Jose Mourinho used to do it with us, people used to get so annoyed. But there are circumstances where that can be the only way. And being a rigid manager, a manager who is so dominant.
The difference between Jose Mourinho and Mikel Arteta, Jose Mourinho knew how to set up his teams to park the bus, where Arsenal can defend well, but have they learned their lesson that you need to be switched on in the whole game to not make that same mistake again, where they switched off and they allowed John Stones to score? You know, have Arsenal got it in their locker to rectify that? I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, but we'll wait and see what happens, to be honest.
By his principles, that there is no flexibility, in my opinion, is the definition of a poor manager. I've spent long enough talking about Ange Postecoglou's principles for you to know how I feel about that one. Overall, Mikel Arteta got it right. Overall, Arsenal should be over the moon. Overall, the statement made by Mikel Arteta could be the biggest thing to come from that game. If City win the league, we'll look back on that John Stones equaliser and say that is the moment that they won the league. The 93-20 that they do for Aguero may get its own version for John Stones. But if Arsenal win the league, and I believe they will, we will look back on that game at the Etihad and say that is where they won the league. Not because of the point that they accrued, but because of the statement that they made.
Again, you're meant to be a Chelsea fan, but I don't reckon you are a Chelsea fan. I reckon you're an Arsenal fan, to be honest, because you do like to talk about Arsenal a lot, don't you? Let's have a look. Let's see what he's been saying. I can carry on about this and see what he's been chatting shit about my football club, honestly, because he is so jarring to listen to, Rory Lemons, honestly.
At the Etihad and being gutted, Arteta getting in Pep Guardiola's head, and most crucially, Pep Guardiola out of ideas, unable to handle or counter Mikel Arteta's tweets. Tell you what, this rivalry is going to be fantastic. Thank you all so much for watching this video. I really do appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed it. Please do me a favour, comment below. Let me know what you think about the points raised in the video, and I really look forward to reading what you have to say. Before you go, if you've enjoyed it, please give it a like. It really does help me out. In a bit.
Absolute Ronan, honestly. What an absolute dickhead. Dear me, honestly. See, Sarek, has he been talking rubbish about my football club? Because he had a bit of an obsession with my football club last season. 1 minute he said Manchester United are in crisis, then he said Manchester United are back in business. It's like, what are we doing here, people? Seriously, what are we doing? But, you know, he's on the TalkSport payroll, isn't he? Let's have a look at Terry Flowers and the football Terrence. Now, like I said, I don't actually hate Terry Flowers because he makes some good points about Manchester United. But, you know, he's a Manchester United fan, but he has an obsession with Arsenal. Oh, here we go. Sky Sports exposed. Arsenal cheated again. The Howard Webb and VAR scandal. Yep, I think it's time to check that one out, isn't it? Chelsea are back. Rivals are crying. Okay, mate, good one. Good one. It's like, there's no way they're back in business yet. Chelsea have got a lot of work to do, honestly, before they are back in business. But let's see what banger mash waffle he's talking about. But like I said, when he talks about Manchester United, I actually do like listening to Terry Flowers. But, you know, it's like his panel, what he has on his live shows and that, I'm not really interested in his panel. I'm just interested in what he's got to say about Manchester United, really. So, right, let's watch this one, shall we? Exposed. Arsenal cheated again. The Howard Webb VAR scandal.
Welcome back to the Football Terrace. Refereeing decisions have been a huge talking point, not just this weekend and last weekend, but throughout the Premier League.
Look, I get how referees can make some good decisions and bad decisions, but the amount of refereeing recently in the Premier League, it's been so inconsistent. But the Trossard one, there is no disputing it. It was stonewall a second yellow card because he kicks the ball away. So if you kick the ball away, the referee is ordered to take action, isn't he? So, yep. But anyway, let's carry on.
Well, ever since we can remember, but when VAR was brought into the game, it was meant to stop so much of the debate. In fact, the media and pundits said that the reason that VAR would be bad for the game is because it would take debate and controversy away. And that was an important part of football. And I actually felt for a good 2 years that was relatively true, although football didn't seem to be damaged by it whatsoever. And then Howard Webb got in charge of the PGMOL, and they are tyrants when it comes to the element of clear and obvious, even though we have no transparency on what was seen in real time by the referee. Therefore, we don't know what is a clear and obvious mistake. They've also come absolutely anal about the idea of not re-refereeing the game, even if it's a mistake. But we have seen through the voice recordings that protocols have been broken on multiple occasions. Liverpool have been damaged, Tottenham, City, United, Chelsea, Wolves, Nottingham Forest. So many clubs have been hurt by this. Where we,
VAR, it can either go against you or it can go in your favour sometimes. Unfortunately, it's luck of the draw, isn't it, when it comes to VAR?
It's becoming more and more consistent in this game. In fact, it appears the inconsistencies are getting worse due to the PGMOL covering their asses at all times. And I want to start with something. We featured this video earlier on today, but have a little listen here to what Mark Goldbridge has got to say. And we're going to expand out on this and look at why Arsenal feel robbed, why Arsenal feel like they're being cheated, and why what they are.
But they weren't robbed. The referee got it spot on. So the one who needs to take accountability is Trossard at the end of the day, isn't it? Let's get an announcing right here. Arsenal were not robbed.
Falling out needs to be listened to by all football fans.
I've heard Gary Neville say, well, he shouldn't kick the ball away, it's a red card. Idiot. Idiot. You're watching the same game as me. How can you say?
It's factual information. Gary Neville is spot on, Mark Goldbridge, yeah? He got that one right. And so did the referee.
That you can't pick and choose what's right and what's wrong. Consistency is what we're looking for. Kicking the ball away for being a second yellow card, fine. But do it to everybody.
That there is the argument. But I feel like David Brent, that's the quiz. That's the real quiz. But it's true.
Don't put yourself in a situation, especially if your name's Michael Oliver, when last season you gave a dodgy offside to Man City, you gave a dodgy penalty in the Manchester derby to Man City, you didn't send Kovacic off for 2 red card tackles for Man City, and you didn't give Liverpool a penalty which could have changed the course of the title. People forget this.
And that is the truth in this. People do forget. They make it about tribalism. I hate Arsenal, therefore I'm going to say Arsenal fans, stop crying. This shouldn't happen. And I want to show you something here when it comes to inconsistencies. So we've seen in the last few weeks, the rhetoric is we have to referee by the letter of the law. Now, we've already seen inconsistencies within that. Why wasn't Soboslai booked? By Michael Oliver, by the way. Michael Oliver was refereeing that game. Why wasn't Doku booked in this game? It's almost like the pundits want to shy away from that in terms of being a conversation. But
Doku wasn't booked because he was clearly in the rules and regulations. What he did was legal, but what Trossard did was not in the rules and regulations. Let's get an narrative right here, people. It's like these fans have got to stop making excuses, yeah? Stop talking bollocks and call out and say it how it is. Hold Trossard accountable rather than come up with these silly excuses. Oh, VAR is against us. the PGMOL are against us, this and that. It's like, what are we doing here, people? Get out of here. Dear me.
Take a little listen to this here from about a year ago to what is said by Howard Webb. It is so important, and for me, it proves they're liars.
We want to be as consistent as we can be throughout every game among our group.
So he says there, first thing he says is we want to be as consistent as we can be. But yet any challenge of consistency, and you're told to shut up, be a good little boy.
PR, pound notes. See, straight away, that is PR. What Howard Webb said there was PR. Let's get an narrative right here.
Be quiet and just talk about the singular event.
Dealing with the same situations in the same way each week. But of course, all situations vary slightly. We accept and understand this. And this is clearly a poor tackle. And I'm pretty confident if a red card had been given by Michael Oliver on the day, it would have been a very straightforward check complete. But he doesn't. He issues a yellow card. I think there's a few differences. The player Kovacic comes into the tackle with the right leg. There's some weight on the left leg as he kind of lunges in. The right heel hits the ground, and then the contact is a little bit more to the side with a kind of like an upright foot as opposed to a side-on foot that we saw with Gusto. A few small differences, I think, that led the VAR to feel that the on-field decision here of a yellow card wasn't clearly and obviously incorrect, and therefore check completing it, feeling that if it had intervened, it would have been a re-refereeing of that.
This re-refereeing thing, honestly, football's got to push back against it. I want it re-refereed. I want VAR to come in and say, that's a red card decision. Or at the very least, let them have that conversation. Let us hear that conversation. The ref may say, do you know what? I'm sticking to my guns. You lot have said you all think it's a red. I'm saying I still think it's a...
See, this is why I believe referees should come out after the game and make an interview. Because then, maybe... football fans will understand more logic into what's going on and maybe be able to hear what they're saying at the stadium. Because during the Women's World Cup and during, say, the Olympics and that, you actually heard the referee with a microphone talk to the crowd where you now know what decision they made. I mean, we should be looking in to bringing in that sort of stuff into football. But one thing's for sure, I would love to hear referees do an interview. I think that'd be absolutely fantastic. But we know how the referees are protected, don't we? So they're not going to do that. Make referees come out and give an interview. They should do no, but because of money and that, there's no way they're going to do that, which is a shame, but it is what it is. But if they came out and do an interview and that, maybe, just maybe, football fans would understand the narrative where referees are coming from. But because they're not going to do that, it's like football fans have got no education really in football when it comes to referees, because they're not being taught the correct thing, football fans, by referees. That's why at times I reckon it is corrupt at times, football. But it's like, just come out and give an interview, yeah? Be honest and say, oh, I got it wrong, apologies to the fans and that. But no, they're not going to do that. But I think that would be absolutely epic if they came out and did an interview. But it's not going to happen, sadly, at the end of the day. Let's have it right here, people. Anyway, let's carry on.
Hello. At least we hear the conversation in real time. They have got to start doing that.
Decision by the referee on the field.
So what about the second one? I know we're not going to show it, but do you think he was fortunate to stay on for the second yellow card a little bit later on?
I do. I mean, obviously the VAR can't get involved, second yellows.
So there we go. First inconsistency. We heard the VAR get involved with Declan Rice's yellow card. And my question is, how many other times have they done that? And what did they say to the referee? I want to hear the VAR. Again, please, Manchester City fans, please, people that hate City, this isn't about your clubs or defending Arsenal. It's about football. I want to hear what they said when Doku kicked the ball away. I want to hear what they said.
This is why, even if you're a rival fan, all us football fans should come together on this and say this is absolutely shambolic, the inconsistency. But the decision to send Trossard off, I stick by it, was absolutely spot on. Because if you're on the yellow card, if you hadn't seen in the booking, you kick the ball away, that's an instant yellow card. But as he was already booked, referee was like, right, you come here then, mate. Out comes the yellow card, which is converted into red, and off you go for an early bath or early shower. So if it's in the rules and regulations, players should know not to kick the ball away. Let's get the narrative right here, people, yeah? Let's absolutely have it right. But with the inconsistency in that, this is where football fans, at the end of the day, should come together and make your voices heard and say, this is not acceptable. This is not sustainable at the end of the day.
And Trossard kicked the ball away. And by the way, on the Trossard situation, I'm still not convinced he was trying to play Martinelli in, personally. I'm still not fully convinced by that. But let's just say for argument's sake he didn't and he booted it away in frustration. I want to hear what they're saying. I want to hear, and you notice how we didn't see the second one here, right? They said, oh, we're not showing the footage on that. Why? What did the VAR say in the ear? We've heard them get involved in Declan Rice's yellow card. How many other...
They're not going to show it, are they? Because VAR do not want it to be made public because they know they'll get criticised for that. See, let's get the narrative right here, people. VAR is crafty, but of course they're going to keep it hidden, aren't they? Because they don't want to be in the spotlight.
That they get involved in. And why not all of them? Why haven't we heard Soberslays yet? This is what football fans care about this. I don't believe in the conspiracy theories. But to disprove a conspiracy theory, be transparent.
Are something that the VAR is not able to get involved in. But yeah, I think he was an extremely fortunate player to stay on the field of play. Of course, the referee, one of our best referees, one of the best referees in the world, Mike Oliver, will no doubt review that. He doesn't want to have a negative impact on the game by overreacting to something, and sometimes players will be on a yellow card and then there'll be pressure to show a second one.
So you see him defending Oliver. Look, it's a big game. There'll be pressure. But the referee doesn't want to ruin the game.
I mean, of course Howard Webb is going to defend Michael Oliver, isn't he? That's literally one of his best buddies and that. They've known each other for a very long time, so of course he's going to come out and defend his friend. But if he's got a decision wrong, then he needs to be held accountable in that. You could say the second goal, what Arsenal scored yesterday, was controversial, but it's like, if the referee said it was legal, then surely that second goal was fine for Arsenal. But some are saying that Edison was fouled before Gabriel scored that header. But like I said, I'm not going to speculate on it because I need to look back on that incident really before I can give a full assessment. Welcome back, Daniel Knight 14. Just been carrying on with the cooking session. We're doing Terry Flowers now. And I did Rory Lemons just now, Rory Jennings. He came out and said Arsenal finally beaten Pepe Guardiola. Well, we'll see in May then, you brown envelope. Let's get the narrative right here.
Overreacting. When has this changed? When has this changed? Now, they're saying that they told players they would be given yellow cards for kicking balls away. But they've also spoke at large, not just in this clip, but in many others in the last 12 to 18 months, about trying to keep 11 men on the pitch. And there being this mythical higher bar for the second yellow. Why isn't that being applied to Declan Rice and Trossard? I'm not saying they haven't committed 2 yellow card offences, but the inconsistencies are damaging football. And
Trossard's red card was blatantly obvious. Declan Rice's, you could say that was a bit soft, but he still touched the ball. So I can see why Declan Rice got sent off for it at the end of the day, even though that one was a bit soft. But in my personal opinion, the referee got it spot on. I mean, yes, it was harsh, but if you touch the ball, it's in the rules and regulations. You have to give like a second yellow card. There's no other option. Terence is such a deluded. I mean, he's a Manchester United fan, but yet he likes to talk about Arsenal a lot, doesn't he?
Needs to be discussed. Arsenal fans think there's an agenda against them. I'm not fully convinced there is per se against them, but I'm becoming more and more open-minded to it. I'll give you an example as to why. Now, this personally is crazy. Where did 7 minutes of added time come from? Opta have confirmed that the ball was in play for 35 minutes in that second half. More than any other half in any game of football in the Premier League this season. Now, before you all jump down my throat, I know I said on my match reaction, I thought there was going to be more than 7 minutes. But in my defense, I'm watching the game as a football fan. I'm watching and I'm kind of watching it to a degree passionately because I love football and I'm not an official. But I expect referees.
I love football as well. You know, football's my life and football's my passion, my hobby. So, yeah, you got that one right. How would Spurs fans and Chelsea fans feel if Arsenal win the league this season? I mean, for you guys and for Spurs, it'd be kick in the bollocks. Arsenal was time wasting yesterday. Yeah, the amount of players that went down in that time wasting. Yes, you can argue and say it may be clever tactic and that, but the other argument is that you could say that is foul play, and Arsenal got what they deserved at the end of the day. So there's two sides to a story, isn't there? Depends which way you want to go about it. You can say, oh, it was a masterclass, or oh, Arsenal had cheated in that. It's like, which path would you take on that one? No, because there's so many different scenarios.
Referees, assistants, VAR, timekeepers, to not be watching the game emotionally like me, thinking, oh, there's going to be loads of time added on, or I think there's only going to be a few minutes. They shouldn't be thinking. They shouldn't be imagining. They shouldn't be feeling what's going on. They should know the facts. Now, some people are going to say, but Terry, that means it was 10 minutes where the ball was out of play. There should be 10 minutes of time added on. It doesn't work in that way, as we know. There is rarely 7 minutes of time added on this season to any game, unless there's big injuries, loads of goals, and or lots of substitutions. So for the second half of that game, to have the ball in play for more than any other 45-minute period so far this season, to add 7 minutes and to add 2 minutes on top, forget for a minute the time wasting, forget all of this. I thought, time wasting, balls going out of play. I thought that there was going to be a lot of time added. But the facts have now been revealed. Why weren't the match officials using the facts to put the time added on? Again, these questions need to be answered. Because in real time, we all thought the time added.
Probably Arsenal fans making that excuse that because they didn't win the game, they're trying to literally come up with all these excuses like saying, oh, referees against us, the PGMOL, we're against us, this and that. It's like, get the fuck out of here. What are we doing, people? Seriously, yeah? Jog on. Dear me. There should be 10 minutes added time yesterday because Arsenal was wasting time yesterday. You keep time wasting, referee will keep adding times on. Facts, absolute facts. I completely agree with you, Daniel Knight 14. You're spot on, mate.
That was pretty fair. I certainly did. City fans will, but now we've seen the facts. Surely that has to be questioned. We have to be given clarity. And that's what, look, I don't think there's a conspiracy where the refs sit down and go, we're going to ruin Arsenal's season. I don't think it's as deep as that, personally. They certainly have been hit by a number of inconsistencies this season, last season, and you can go back many, many years. They're not the only team. As a United fan, I've seen it happen to us. The last year, we've conceded offside goals. We've had players booked for delaying restarts when the referee hadn't even blown the whistle yet. But you're not the only ones. The amount of penalties we've...
Again, it's in the rules and regulations. If you're interfering with play, you should be getting a yellow card. It's plain and simple. These players know the rules, and if they break them, they should know what the consequences are going to be. Either get yellow carded, that's it, you're on your last chance, or get second yellow carded and jog on to the shower or, say, the bath. Because it's like these players know the rules, they must oblige by them at the end of the day. It's like if you're in an everyday job, right? Literally, you'd have to listen to your boss. Because if you didn't listen to your boss, you'd be out here faster before you say, but, bosh. It's as simple as that in the end of the day, people.
Denied in the last 18 months has been an abomination, a genuine abomination. But I understand why Arsenal fans think there's a conspiracy. I get the claims because they hear from Howard Webb. They get...
There's no conspiracy theory, okay? It's just like these Arsenal fans like to come up with so many excuses, this and that. It's like, no, you weren't robbed, you switched off, and you got punished. It's as simple as that. Just admit that you got punished and hold your player accountable who got that red card, Trossard, yeah? Let's get the narrative right here, people. Hold your player accountable.
Facts from the statisticians like Opta. But the results, the outputs, are completely inconsistent from what they should be. And I know why they're getting annoyed, and they're right to on this. People are asking for questions. They're seeking answers, and we're getting nothing. As ever, look, I want your views and I want your opinions on this. Were Arsenal cheated yesterday? Is this just a case of inconsistent, absolutely an abomination of refereeing? Or do you believe in the conspiracy theories? I want to get your views and I want to get your opinions below. Remember, for anyone who writes in the comments, just pinpoint them to 11 minutes and 35 seconds.
See, if you're time wasting, then a couple players should be given a yellow card, and then others are going to argue and say, oh, it's actually a good tactic to waste time because it means the other side literally has less chance of getting back into the game. But again, if it's in the rules and regulations, give the player a yellow card, yeah? If you're time wasting, don't hesitate, do it. It's as simple as that. These players know the rules and they must oblige by them. No, they did not cheat. They was time wasting. Yeah, time wasting.
No one is calling City cheats. I'm not anyway. No one's calling any team that benefits from a bad decision cheats or wrong. We are simply seeking more consistency in the game. And why would you not want that is my question. If you can't answer that, then it tells me you're just being a hater. Take care. Goodbye. God bless. See you soon. Peace.
It's like referees, right? If they get decisions right, you praise them. But if they get it wrong, call them out. It's as simple as that. Hold the referee accountable. But, you know, it's like these fans making excuses like the time wasting and that. It's like hold the player accountable who got sent off for your football club. You know, as a famous Lee Gunner would say on YouTube, accountability is the best ability, which is absolute facts. There's no two ways about it. Accountability is the best ability. Another one, another brown envelope. Egal. Another Ronan. An Arsenal fan who's always defending Mikel Arteta, which is fine. It's his own opinion and that, but he is so deluded, honestly. we got to get on to him, which we will do in a second. Let's have a look. Google YouTube Studio login. Login. Here we go. Just going on to our YouTube Studio in a moment. It's just loading up at the moment. Cool. Here we go. Line. Let's have a look. 47 views. 5 likes. See, not bad. Not bad at all. Anyway, that's Terry Flowers we watched. Let's see who's next. Who should we watch next? Yeah, here we go. Egal, like I said. I'm going to watch him. Turn that down.
What went wrong for City today? Why couldn't you break down 10-man Arsenal?
Let me just say something, yeah? Leopard doesn't change his box. The problem is you sit down there, you feel, they're a bottle job. It's a football club that has not won anything. What are they? They're a piece of trash. Terry, tell me, if you told me, Real Madrid, I was like, oh my God, yes, they won the Champions League, man. They won the Champions League. I was like, wow.
Terry, please keep him on topic. Please keep him on topic.
I have lost that friend. I have lost that friend.
Talk about the game, Hamza. Thank you.
Against Leeds United with 10 men. I lost it. Leeds United had 10 men.
We'll get back to that in a second. Do you agree with me? There should be 10 minutes added on time for Arsenal time wasting. Yes, there should be. There's no two ways about it. There should be 10 minutes added on time. 100% there should, Daniel Knight 14. Right, anyway, let's carry on with this. This looks interesting.
Beat me. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer beat me. To me, the biggest achievement is to get a draw.
They beat at Etihad, yeah?
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer beat me. What did it mean? Nothing. It means nothing.
Hamza, I understand. Hamza, I understand that. Hamza, I understand that. But what went wrong for City today?
Yeah,
why do you feel you struggled to break down 10 men?
What went wrong? They came with a game plan of these guys will celebrate draw. They will celebrate Atlanta draw. I listened to them. They will celebrate the Europa League winners. The Europa League. They're 8 in the Serie A. You're celebrating. Today they came with a game plan. With 11 men, we had them up. We made a mistake. First, the goal that we conceded from the first goal, it's a fact. It's a joke. Let's call us spade. What a joke. Why are you not talking about it? If I win a free kick here, yeah, near the penalty box, you put it in halfway line. No, why? Why you don't do that? Because you're going to put it in the same position. So why are they getting the same? The goal came, then they moved the ball 10 meters. 10 meters. That means I'm playing football tomorrow. If I win a foul, I should just go and put it somewhere else. It's like snooker. You take a white ball, you look at it and say, okay, where am I going to put it? Is that how we do it these days in football? Yeah? That's how they scored the first goal. Second goal, it's our mistake. It's our mistake. But look, I'm critical. It's our mistake. We know that their corners, their feet. When Arsenal get a corner, all their players, oh, wow, I love it. I love it. They love corner FC. They drew on corners.
He's deluded on Egal. He's deluded Egal, and he's still backing Arteta when he won nothing in 4 years. Facts, absolute facts. It's like him and Lee Gunner had so many debates. I've lost count how many debates Egal and Lee Gunner had, because obviously Lee Gunner is fully Arteta out and Egal is fully Arteta in. So yeah, and they had loads of debates about it, and I'm not surprised. Anyway, let's continue with this. Play.
Their jaws are dropping. I've never seen big team rule on corners. I knew they are dangerous on corners. I wanted man mark. gave Doku Gabriel Magalesh.
Yeah. So who, in your opinion, Hamza, you made a mistake, right? You changed it from Doku to Walker. Who made the mistake for that goal? Which City player let you down?
It wasn't. They should have done man marking. They should have marked.
So whose fault? Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
Whose fault is that? Pep's fault, no? It must be Pep's fault, right?
Akanji or Odia should have marked. Yeah, but
it's not Pep's fault. It's the players out on the pitch. How come is it Pep's fault? It's like, how many chances did Manchester United miss the other day? That's not the ball's fault. That's the players out on the pitch for not being able to fucking find the back of the net. Seriously, man. What are we doing here?
And guess what? When we went to, I think he was sent off for the right reason. You can cry. You were crying when the referee was nominated. That's how losers you are. You're crying. Bro, it's a referee. Have you come out here? Have you seen me coming out here? I don't care about the referee. I want to win the game. I'm disappointed for a draw because I know they're a small club. They haven't won anything in 20 years. They're a small. Why am I not disappointed?
Hamza, what did you just even say? The referee, they're a small club. Like, what are you talking about?
Terry, they backed the play.
What are you talking about?
Arsenal, a small club. Look, no matter what you think of Arsenal, they are still one of the biggest football clubs out there. So that fan is being absolutely delusional. And I believe if Arsenal had a more elite manager, no doubt about it, the last couple of seasons, they would have got over the line and won a league title. To call Arsenal a small club, it's like, nah, get out here. Arsenal are like literally one of the world's most famous football clubs still. They got a lot of history in that small club. It's like, what are we doing here, people? Yeah? Seriously, that is totally disrespectful to Arsenal, honestly. What the fuck is he waffling on about, this fan? Anyway.
Playing 6-7 people. At that moment, this is what we should have done. I believe this, yeah? But you know me, I love Pep. I love Pep. I'm the biggest Pep defender. Yeah? I'm there in the battlefield for Pep. I think at that moment, I thought, why are we playing 4 at the back? Take off. They don't have an attacker. Just take off Walker or Diaz and just play 3 at the back. Bring Foden on. You go all out because they've got less man. But we didn't. They just won. City, we could have broken them down and we didn't have shooters. Unfortunately, we would have beaten them with 10, 11 men with Rodri. But it doesn't matter. Arsenal got the point. They're excited today. Yeah, but you know what? The key thing to this is why we're champions, Terry. That's what makes you champions. Terry, when you went and won in what's it, Barcelona New Camp Champions League final, 2 goals in the last 90 minutes. That's how Fergie used to win. Break hearts.
Yeah. Equalising against Arsenal at home. 10 men.
Yeah, Terry, can I go next?
Only one team celebrated when the second goal went in for City. Only one team. Arsenal fans.
Honestly, it's so delusional, man. I commented to his channel sometime, Egal, and do you want to know what I say to him? Yeah, go for it. Far away. You know, I'm always curious to see what you've been saying in the comment section on these channels. Yeah, go for it, mate. But it's like, to call Arsenal a small club and that, come on, man, that, no matter what you think of them, that is a bit disrespectful, I think, in my personal opinion. I mean, wow. Yes, I know they haven't won anything for 4 years, but to call them that, wow. Unbelievable, man. But yeah, go for it, Danny914. You can comment that if you want. Let me know what you said, because I'm always curious.
Fans were pissed and City were running around with their heads up.
shaking their asses, bro. So how can you say we celebrated the draw? When it was you, man, that was
celebrate when we score a goal and you
So
win.
of course you're celebrating the draw. So you celebrating the draw.
You celebrated the goal being scored.
Because I saw your players on the floor. I saw them.
Mate, you're happy with this result, so you celebrate.
You were broken at that moment. That's exactly what it is. Because we wanted that win. You're not going to win the league because you're broken. When you start lying on the floor on a 2-2, it reminded me exactly what happened when you drew 2-2 to West Ham away. I remember.
Remember
your
this at
players
the
went
end of
on
the
the floor
season.
and being lifted on the floor.
Remember, this is only
You don't
5
do
games
that.
into the season this
But
year.
you're removing context. West Ham were winning, right? You're removing context from the whole situation, Hamza. Let's be honest. Don't
You were 2-0 up against West Ham.
Hold on. You spoken. Hold on. When we lost to West Ham, we were winning and we blew it. Yeah, we missed the penalty. That's why our players were down on the floor. Today, we were down to 10 men at the Etihad. When's the last time you lost to the Etihad? What's your record at the Etihad?
47
all right,
games.
cool. That says it all, right? So going to the Etihad is never an easy task. Let's keep it 100, right? So we've gone down to 10 men. We can talk about the referee, we can talk about everything, but we've gone down to 10 men, and we've ended up holding out, limiting you for large parts of the game to nothing, right? And I've heard nothing from you.
Mate, why are you laughing? What did he say that was funny then?
He said he limited us to nothing.
Wait, hold on.
Let's go back to Nathan. Go on, sorry, go on, Nathan.
Right, yeah, so we've limited you to barely anything. And you've resulted in what your defenders cock-shotting for majority of the game.
You had zero shots on target.
And I've had no criticism on Pep from having actual shooters on the edge of the box, right? Or having players that can actual thing. Why is Akanji and Diaz the ones always taking shots on the edge of the box? Right? Where was the overlaps? Where was players actually to stretch the game?
But I think we should have taken off an extra defender.
But again, all we want to talk about is, Arsenal are celebrating the draw. No, we're not celebrating the draw. I walk out of that game with mixed emotions. I feel proud because the boys actually.
You're proud, yeah.
I feel proud because they grinded, because it's a hard place to go, and you go down to 10 men, and City are a team that put the stranglehold on you, and we grinded. I'm disappointed because we didn't hold out. So it's a mixture of emotions, right? At the end of the day, is going to the Etihad for any team is a difficult task. We've managed to go there and
True, going to Man City is never an easy ground to go to, the Etihad. You know, at times it's really tough, isn't it? Going to the Etihad. It's not easy at all. I said to him, why are you still backing Arteta when he won nothing in 4 years? And why are you trusting a process, Egal? Okay. That's fair enough. Anyway, let's carry on this. I agree, though. Going to the Etihad is tough. It's very tough.
A few injuries with two midfielders, arguably, who probably start in our team. With a red card, with Trossard, with the referee doing what he wants to do. We could talk about the referee, because I said it last time. Referees are ruining the game. This is how the best players are going to continue to miss games with these silly yellow cards.
Oh, here we go. Saying that the referee, blaming the referee again. It's like, no, hold your player accountable. Trossard for getting sent off.
Football, you know, in the flow of the game. Trossard's in the flow of the game.
I think it's credit to both managers.
If he wants to put his thing, you can say Trossard's naive, and I'm happy to call him naive. But the reality is that Trossard, the referee, wants to interject. The referee wants to be the star of the show, and he could have done the same thing he did with Doku, and just said, "Oh, he never heard the whistle, play it down in that type of way." But no, he wanted to stamp his.
No, the Doku was different. The Doku was different. You tried to move the ball 10 yards a game, and he kicked it towards you where the foul was.
And Hamza, the free kick.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Guys, it's on the space. What, guys? Well, it's not a space. You know what I mean? One at a time.
The exact same spot that Rice stood in afterwards. So it wasn't as if Rice moved back. So what you're saying, I understand your argument, but Rice didn't move back to where Doku kicked it. The ball was passed right back to where Rice was, and the free kick was taken from there. So what's your argument to that?
No, the Doku one. Let's clear that back 1 second. Let's clear. You see this? This is manipulation. They've got the media. They love people to feel sorry for them. You love these people to cry for you. I should get tissues and cry. Oh, I'm sorry. I should beg you. No, I'm not. The reason why Doku.
Lee Gunner, mate, because he's my favourite YouTuber, and I've been following Lee Gunner for a long time. You know, at least Lee Gunner has standards. You know, yes, fans like to call it. Oh, there goes my phone. We'll pick that back up, people. But yeah, Lee Gunner says that he's Mikel Arteta out, and I don't blame him because they haven't won anything for 4.5 years, and Lee Gunner's been supporting Arsenal for about what 34 years. He just wants what's best for his football club. And the end of the day, Lee Gunner, and I've been following Lee Gunner for about what over 5 years now, I believe. So yeah, I completely agree with Lee Gunner, to be honest, over Ego.
Doku saw that you kicked the ball forward. Doku kicked it towards where the picture should have been taken. Why should, and then the referee pointed and said, yeah, the ball's there. You've cleared us already from that one goal where you moved it 10 meters. Yeah? You want to treat me again? I'm not doing that.
But do you understand? Hang on, Hamza. But I don't want to get too much on stuff in the past. But do you understand why Arsenal fans are frustrated? Because where Veltman tried to take the free kick from was 5, 6, 7 yards ahead from where he should have taken it from. Also, Jesus was booked today for stopping the restart, but he was right to stop the restart because the game's not allowed to go on when a player's got a boot off with his foot. This is where this kind of no, but you're not listening. You think this is about Arsenal and City today? Drop your fucking tribalism for a minute.
No, there's no
think
tribalism. But
No, it
Jesus,
is.
the example you brought up, Jesus lost his boot trying to block the corner kick.
Yes, but that's not that you're not listening to the point. See, this is what people do. You think it's about your club, and it isn't. It's about football at large. You're not allowed. The game is not allowed to continue when there's a ball on another ball on the pitch. The game can't continue if there's an intruder on the pitch. The game can't.
Well, that's facts. If there's 2 balls on the pitch, you have to kick one out of play because if another ball is on the pitch, it's interfering with play. And if there's a pitch invader, they have to stop the game because it's interfering with play. And this person out on the pitch could be endangering, say, a football player and that. So I agree with Terry Flowers on that one. I really do.
Continue if a player's football boot is off. A game can't continue if a player's shirt is off. A game can't continue if a player has blood on his shirt. These rules are in place. Gabriel Jesus saw what this is what Gabriel Jesus did. And this is where they've got to be sensible referees. His boot was off, right? He can't move. He can't run properly without a boot on. The game's going to restart and he ain't ready to play because his boots come off. He tries to stop it. All he's trying to say to the referee, I wasn't trying to delay the start to cheat. My boot's off. Referee still booked him. That for me is ridiculous. That for me is not. Imagine someone delays a restart. Book, ref, hang on. I was just coming to show you. I've got blood on my shirt. I've got to change it. Right. We've got to be careful about the way the refereeing is going. Forget City. Forget Arsenal. Forget Man United. These things really matter. The other day, Howard Webb said, Declan Rice had no business being anywhere near the ball. It doesn't matter that Doku's trying to put the ball back where it should be. According to Howard Webb, it's not your free kick. You should be nowhere near the ball. Don't touch it. It has to. Forget City today. The referees have to be called out for this shit because they're lying to all of us.
But that one.
They're lying.
One second. Let me jump in this. Let me jump in here, bro.
Hamza, just stop a minute. Let Igal go, please.
Howard Webb, you're a friggin' liar. You're a liar. You told us in 2020, October last year, you told us that this situation would not happen. The referee would not be rash and would not want to change the whole game when Kovacic should have been booked last year. And the similar situation, soft red card gets given. Is the referee then overreacting? Is the referee then not ruining the game? Because that's their basis on why they shouldn't have given a red card to Kovacic last year, but this year they're giving it. Where's the consistency? Haaland also had a situation where he completely barged into William Saliba after he headed the ball away. You didn't mention that. Also, Doku, similar situation where he kicks the ball away. But Arsenal fans are playing the victim?
Again, excuses. They're like crying because Haaland didn't get a yellow card. Just barging into someone just because Arsenal didn't win the game. These fans like to make up so many excuses. It's jarring, man. Honestly, what are we doing here? It's like, what the fuck are we doing here, people? Seriously, real talk, what are we doing? Jesus is a City reject. Facts, absolute facts. I mean, why do you think Pep Guardiola got rid of him, mate? And he also sold Zinchenko as well. Oh yeah, because Pep knew they weren't good enough. And he got rid of Raheem Sterling as well. Because clearly he knew that he wasn't good enough. See, Pep can see through these players. That is why Man City have been so successful over these years. I don't like egos at all on football, Terence, and still backing Arteta when he's won nothing. Yeah, facts. I agree with you again, Daniel Knight. 14. Anyway, let's continue.
No, it's clearly inconsistencies. Why is it one way but it's not the other way? If it was consistent, no one would complain. Also, Terry, when it comes to today's Man City's best player was Michael Oliver. Congratulations to him. He got the result that he wanted, and all you City fans should be ashamed of yourselves. You guys are sitting here.
Oh my God. Michael Oliver, you are the best Man City player today. Oh, that is absolutely peak, honestly. What the actual fuck, man? Oh, that is mental. What on earth is he going on about? Oh, wow. Unbelievable, man.
It's working for a draw to 10-man Arsenal, who you guys belittle, who you guys make fun of every single week, who Hamza specifically said to me going into this game, oh, you can't score goals. Guess what? We didn't need our attackers to show up. 2 defenders dunked on your heads. William Saliba also had an amazing defensive performance. Erling Haaland, outside of that one goal, didn't do nothing. I told you guys, we neutralized you guys outside of the rest of that. You guys were lucky to even get the draw at the end. Set pieces was what you guys were saying Arsenal's only good at. It resulted to a set piece where you guys needed your second goal. You couldn't do nothing from open play. The best team in the world, you know what today taught me, ladies and gentlemen? It taught me a lot of things. It taught me David Raya is great. It taught me Thomas Partey's back to his best. It taught me William Saliba and Gabriel are the serious, real deal. It taught me Man City outside of Erling Haaland still don't show me that they have enough goals in this team to go and bat their sides like they were doing. You can't do this to Arsenal. You can't bully Arsenal like you thought you could. We came to your ground and we made you uncomfortable in your own house. We made your fans uncomfortable in their own house.
And that's why Mate is laughing it up because he knows he has no response.
And finally, forget about the referees, forget about everything else. Put respect on my manager's name.
Yeah.
10 men.
You're right on that one.
10 men, 45 minutes against the best team in the...
Oh, what? Damn. Oh.
Hamza, what we're...
Hang on, let's see.
You're a friggin' liar. You're a liar. 2020, October...
Hang on, let's... Oh, can't believe I lost that.
We neutralized you guys outside of the rest of that. You guys were lucky to even get the draw at the end. Set pieces was what you guys were saying Arsenal's only good at. It resulted to a set piece where you guys needed your second goal. You couldn't do nothing from open play. The best team in the world, you know what today taught me, ladies and gentlemen? It taught me a lot of things. It taught me David Raya is great. It taught me Thomas Partey's back to his best. It taught me William Saliba and Gabriel are the serious, real deal. It taught me Man City outside of Erling Haaland still don't show me that they have enough goals in this team to go and bat their sides like they were doing. You can't do this to Arsenal. You can't bully Arsenal like you thought you could. We came to your ground and we made you...
Literally, when you have Erling Haaland in the team, they are capable of scoring loads and loads of goals, mate. What the fuck is this fan talking about? Seriously. What the fuck are we doing here, people?
Uncomfortable in your own house. We made your fans uncomfortable in their own house.
And that's why Mate is laughing it up because he knows he has no response.
And finally, forget about the referees, forget about everything else. Put respect on my manager's name.
Yeah.
10 men.
You're right on that one.
10 men. 45 minutes against the best team in the fucking world. I'm sorry for swearing, Terry, but that was one of the best defensive displays I've seen from this Arsenal team in years. We faced 28 shots from Man City in the second half. We limited them to pop shots with 10 men in and around the box. They continuously just kept passing it left, right. You thought it was a dance move. But right now, I think everybody needs to stop disrespecting Mikel Arteta. Look at what he does week in, week out, with players out, with attacking players going out throughout the game, with 10 men against one of the best teams in the world. Finally, put some friggin' respect on my manager's name. And you guys talk about Erling Haaland. Well, we got Nicholas Glover. That guy is the equalizer. That our set piece coach is a great equalizer. When we need a goal, when we need something, he's the equalizer. He's the guy who gets us the results. He's the guy. Everyone's saying you need a 20 goal a season striker. We got a 20 goal a season assistant manager.
Do you know what's interesting? I did tweet that, and this is again, when people say Arsenal can't rely on set pieces, when you score them as regularly as they have done for 2 years, when is that becoming unsustainable? I don't know when that is. It's one of those weird criticisms that just kind of, it's a bit, I got a lot of stick this morning because I sort of spoke about Chelsea's improvements in the last 6 months. You can't say that after 5 games. I'm like, how have you not listened to the content? It's looking at the last 6 months. I'm not making it about Chelsea, but it's the same thing. I get so frustrated where people want to, I don't know. It's
one
crazy
more thing,
to me.
Terry. I'm so amped up right now. We played Man City away. We played Tottenham away. We played Aston Villa away. We played Brighton with 10 men and Wolves. Have some goddamn respect on my team. One of the hardest starts in the season.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Did you get over the line? No, you didn't, because your team switched off and John Stones was there to capitalise. So come on, stop making excuses, yeah? Fucking heck, man.
Considering now you've got all 3 of those games at home, second half of the season, being 2 points at the top, you could argue you put yourselves into a position as marginal favourites.
Also, Terry, they're saying your attack is not looking good. Well, should our attack, Terry, people were saying our attack wasn't looking so good. Should our attack be blitzing Tottenham away, Aston Villa away, some of the hardest grounds in the league? No, now that we're going to be facing some of the lower half of the table teams and we have better fixtures, up until the end of October, we have 3 games where we should be winning.
What makes you think, Egal, that your sides are going to go on a consistent run? Look at what happened last season, yeah? Where it was in December time, your side lost 2 in a row. So that's another key factor why your side didn't win the league last season, yeah? What makes you think your team's going to go on a consistent run? No guarantees at all. Let's fucking have it right here. Dear me, delusional on the highest level.
Convincingly, and we should take those 3 games. We should try to make rotations. We should take advantage of it. I'm not getting carried away. Man City's still a great team. They're still a formidable side. That's why they got the result at the end, but it hurt, and I felt like Arsenal should have won. But unfortunately, Terry, I have to go. Love for having me, bro. And all you Man City fans, have some goddamn shame, as Hamza would say. Stop dancing and twerking when you got a 10-man Arsenal and you only could get a draw. You had 45 minutes. What happened to you?
Thank you, Egal. I appreciate you coming on. I'm sure we'll speak soon.
Wow. Oh my goodness me. What a load of banger and mash waffle. Seriously, what a deluded motherfucker, honestly. Oh, wow. Unbelievable. But let's have a look. Who should we do next? Who is next on the list? Oh yeah, something like DR Sports. That'd be a good one to look at, won't it? You know, Matisse and that. DR Sports, Abby Simmons. Hang on, let's have a look. Wedding. All recently up. Oh, for fuck's sake. DR Swords, here we go. Recently uploaded. Where is it? Here we go. Videos. Rodri out for the season. Here we go. No, don't be sorry. That's fine. You're not saying anything offensive at all, mate. You're just giving your own opinion at the end of the day. And I welcome opinion on this channel because I'm a YouTuber who always cares about my community. Like, if you put in something really rude, then no doubt about it, I'd have to time you out. But that's not rude what you put, mate. That's fine. But I agree with you, mate. He is fucking deluded. Absolutely deluded at the highest level. Right, let's have a look at what DR Sports have been saying. I'm sure this would be good. Rodri out. Probably Robbie will be windmilling about this, that Rodri's out for the rest of the season. I mean, who would celebrate an injury? Real talk, yeah. Who would celebrate a player getting injured? Who in their right minds would? It's not sustainable, man. Not sustainable, in my opinion.
3 things in a song.
Turn that down seconds. That's a fucking ad.
On to DR Sports, some really big breaking news following the game yesterday, Manchester City versus Arsenal. You would have remembered that in the game, Rodri went down injured and subsequently hobbled off the pitch. Well, the news has come out today that that injury is very, very serious. It's an ACL injury and he's going to be out for the season. Really, really big news, AGT. There's a tweet there that I know that you got from David Ornstein, who went out with this one. Also, ESPN reporting it as well. Tell us what it says.
Yeah, it starts off with an alert emoji, so you know that's going to be serious news. He says, Rodri expected to miss significant period with serious...
Do you like Egal? And I can't wait when Arsenal bottle the league and he can cry on Football Terrace at the end of the season once again. He can hold that. I'm not really a fan of him, but, you know, I think he's deluded, honestly. Like I was saying to you earlier, you must have, like, exited for a bit, but like I said, he is delusional, mate, honestly, so delusional.
Knee injury. Manchester City midfielder suffered the problem, as we know, in the draw against Arsenal. Duration not confirmed, Ornstein says, but tests continue. But the 28 Spain international set for a long absence. I mean, we've seen, especially in the women's game, actually, as well, a lot of ACLs, and obviously in the men's game too. And you're looking at 6 to 8 months. At the very best.
It can be, it can be a season-ending. Like you said, there's been a lot of ACL in the women's game. They've kept out players like Vivian Miedema and that, Beth Mead for a whole season, and then even last season, for my team, Arsenal, it was an ACL injury very similar to this. Only in the second game on Urian Timber, and that was him. That was him gone for the whole season, and it's a serious injury. It's an injury that takes a long time to recover from.
Virgil.
Yeah, Virgil van Dijk said it. And it's one of those injuries that's always weird because you'll see a player go down. And I was at the game yesterday, and you see a player go down and it looks a bit, you know, like it's nothing much in it.
Inconspicuous, yeah.
And then next minute, you know, it's that serious and it's off. And you got indications in the game yesterday that this one might be serious because you could see Rodri was in distress. So he already knew that this was going to be a bad one. And this is really, really bad news for Manchester City, particularly when you look at the program of games they got coming up, and particularly how ironic is it that it's happened to Rodri, who just last week came out and was saying that players are getting absolutely flogged at the moment, the amount of games that they're having to play, and even suggested that there may be some players that might.
But I'll go back to the point I used earlier at the start of the stream, right? I said earlier on that all football clubs are in the same situation, like playing these extra matches and that. You know, you just got to deal with the situation. Stop making excuses about it, yeah? And just manage the situation. Because at the end of the day, as a professional footballer, yeah, you're getting paid the big bucks. So there's no reason why you can't perform. Or stay at home. It's as simple as that. Remember when Chilwell did his ACL as well a few seasons ago? Yeah, he did actually. You're right. Yeah, and Chelsea really missed him that season, didn't they?
Decide to go on strike because the amount of games that they're playing. Now, Manchester City, of course, will be battling it on all fronts as they're always doing. They've got the Premier League, which you saw how intense that game was yesterday. You've got
the Champions League with this new extended format of more games. You've got the World Club Cup that they're going to be playing in at the end of the season as well.
That now as well.
Right, he's going to be out of all the Spain games. I mean, it's absolutely devastating for the player himself. But for Manchester City and their title hopes, it's a big blow.
And I saw the stat yesterday during the game where it said, I think the games that he missed last season, they lost 4 out of 11.
Yeah.
That's not, if you're going for the league, that could cost you the league. Those games that you don't win without him. And I think, you know, you saw it with Spain. We're talking about this fella now who might even still win the Ballon d'Or, by the way.
Yeah.
And, you know, even though he has got this
I think he's got a great
shout
chance
for it. He's won the lot this year. So massive blow for City for sure. But John Stones, he could probably step up if needed. Kovacic can play there as well. So they've got options. Mateus Nunes, who hasn't really had a sniff, he's not really a 6, but maybe, I mean, they could call Calvin Phillips back. The window's open in January. They could go in and get maybe even Zubimendi might end up there.
Zubimendi could end up there. Now, I mean, listen,
the knock-on effects this has, though, for City, as you were saying, but also for Spain.
Yeah.
As they try and qualify for the Nations League, they've obviously got probably important World Cup qualifiers to come as well. So it's not just City; it's Spain as well.
Yeah, listen, it's you know.
Josh, I hope we win the Prem because I'm tired of City as well. I mean, I think it'd be, as a neutral on that, you know, I'll be very happy if Arsenal won the league, but I could see why a lot of Chelsea fans and Tottenham fans wouldn't be happy. But me, as a neutral, I would really like to see Arsenal win the league. But can you rely your team to go on a consistent winning run? This is the thing. I'm not too convinced because last season you failed to beat Fulham. Literally, they were down to 10 men and they got an equaliser at your ground, and then you lost to them in December as well. So you want to win the league title, you need to beat the top teams and you need to beat these other teams as well who you didn't beat last season. Like, you beat Aston Villa when you lost to them twice last season. So one bit you got right. Now you just need to carry it on for the rest of the season. I see Rodri in Barcelona from Fab, and he doesn't not look that bad. I mean, but here's an ACL. Surely you are out for the rest of the season. But they said that with Timber, didn't they? You're in Timber that he's going to be out for the season. Then near the end of the season, he was playing for the under-21s and that. So you just don't know. It just depends how his rehab goes and that, doesn't it?
You talk about options, but let's be real. There is no replacement for Rodri in that team.
What he does.
He's the best in the world in that position. Yeah. He's the best in the league at that position. He has been
Oh, good evening to you, Cyril. Thank you for joining me this evening, mate. Well, it's morning for me here in the UK now, approaching 10 to 1 in the morning. To me, City winning another title doesn't matter. The financial doping adds on asterisks besides Arsenal fans would be insufferable if they won. I mean, Arsenal fans are so jarring to listen to. Not all Arsenal fans. I don't hate all Arsenal fans, okay, but there is a lot of them what really do annoy me, honestly. And Manchester United fans, you know, I'm sick and tired of ones who keep giving the players and this manager a free pass. I've had enough, man.
Manchester City's most important player over the last couple of seasons. He's an unsung hero. The work that he does, the ability that he has, the clutch goals, like you said. This, make no mistake about it, is a massive, massive blow for Manchester City. Even if you do go and get, say, a Zubimendi, you know, in January, you still got to get used to the team and stuff like that.
Right, and the annoying ones aren't the loud ones. Goes for all clubs, really. Yep, you know, like Man United have annoying fans, Arsenal have annoying fans. You keep asking. You keep asking me this question, Daniel Knight 14. I've already answered this one for you. I'm not a huge fan of Eagle, to be honest. No, I'm not a massive fan, and I never subscribed to him.
Rodri is the heartbeat of this team. You could argue that there couldn't have been a worse injury. You could maybe say Haaland, but it's a massive blow. This is going to be really serious for Pep Guardiola and his title hopes. What does it do? And I know this is a horrible thing to say, and I wish injury on no player.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? And I really feel.
I should think so too. Any football fans who wish injury on players, I mean, oh my goodness sake. To me, you're not a true football fan if you do that. You are an absolute embarrassment if you wish injury on the player. What about Arsenal fans thinking, nope. I mean, I used to like it back in the day, but now it's become a PR YouTube channel and that. So, yeah, no way do I like it, Daniel Knight 14. That channel can get in the bin.
Sorry for Rodri right now. But what does it do, for if you're an Arsenal fan, as I am, or a Liverpool fan, as you are, does this heighten your chances, even with this one player going down, of the possibilities of going on to win a league?
Like you said, he must be so low right now, and any player that has that injury realizes the mental kind of peaks and troughs of the recovery period and what it means to the rest of your career. Do you get back to it? His mind is going to be full of thoughts right now. The reality is him not playing means that potentially, and the stats kind of prove it, City might not be as good without him. And if City are not as good, it does maybe give the other teams that are in the race a little chance. But all you can do is win your game. All we can do is win our game.
Robbie always says believe every single season and that crap, and Arsenal didn't win the league. Well, Arsenal have only got themselves to blame, haven't they?
With Rodri or without, you could argue that even if Kovacic goes there or John Stones, that 11 is still good enough to beat any team in Europe, let alone in the Premier League. So they'll suffer without him massively because of how important he is, especially in cups and finals and quarterfinals. He comes up with the goods. So, yeah, like you say, it's he's going to be gutted right now. But the reality is Liverpool and Arsenal won't use that at all, but they'll understand that, okay, let's really give this a push now.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of the upcoming games for Manchester City in the Premier League, they go away to.
Do you think City will do something in January? I mean, maybe they could sign a player on loan or something to maybe fill in for Rodri, but don't know. We're going to have to wait and see.
Newcastle on Saturday. That's not an easy game. The type of game where Rodri really, when you need a Rodri 12:30 kickoff in Newcastle. They've also then followed that up with a home game against Fulham. Manchester City go to Wolves as well. I mean, listen.
And they're in Bratislava in amongst all of that in the Champions League.
Bratislava, they've got to go to Sporting as well. You know what I mean? There are no easy games, as we know, in the Premier League or in the Champions League, but it's a big miss when you're missing your talisman player like Rodri. And Pep Guardiola does always kind of opt for these quite small squads.
Yeah,
you do run the risk.
Gundogan.
Gundogan's back in there now. Gundogan's back in there now, but still not that Rodri. It's still not Rodri.
No, I mean, you've had it with Thomas Partey. He's maybe a little bit past his prime, but there was a period where he was on fire.
Gundogan is still a good player and that, but, and he's looked quite sharp since his comeback. But they say sometimes when you return to a football club for the second time, you're not always as good as second time round, are you? But we'll wait and see what happens on this one. If I was Pep, I'd sign someone on loan for 6 months. Let Rodri recover. I mean, that could be ideal, actually, but just don't know. And of course, like, when this court case as well hanging over them, and obviously they know what's going on behind the scenes, but we don't, and we probably won't know until January. But to be honest, I think all they'll get is a massive fine, and that'll be the end of that.
Had it with Fabinho, where Fabinho, you know, in his pomp for 18 months, I mean,
You had it when Van Dijk. You had it when Van Dijk was out for, you know what I mean? Because
Van Dijk was out. I do think some comfort that Rodri can take is that if you look at someone like Van Dijk, who a lot of people doubted him on his return, he's now firmly back on top of his game, even at 33. So Rodri can go, well, look, if he can do it, I can get through it.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that Rodri. I don't think there's no doubt that Rodri can get back on his game because, you know, I mean, the type of player and mentality he is, you know, he said in his interview the other day how it's all about football for him. However, I'm just saying that, you know, when Van Dijk was out, that was a big blow for you guys and you suffered.
Yeah, big time.
When Thomas Partey was out for an extended period, we suffered at Arsenal, right? It's remained to be seen how badly Manchester City are going to suffer now by having one of the world's best players missing from their team. And it could be as much as a whole season. Certainly, it's not looking like it's going to be anything that's going to get him back this side of Christmas. So,
just before we go, I wanted to ask you this. Do you think if you are an Arsenal or Liverpool City, the top elite European teams that are going for European titles, etc., would you say that in today's game, the CDM or the holding midfielder is the most important role in the team?
When Rodri comes back, he's going to be so rusty.
Obviously, goalkeeper.
I mean, yes, but the question is, will he be the same player again? Because we've seen with ACLs and that, sometimes after you injure your ACL, you're not always the same player again, are you? It's a bit like with Luke Shaw at Manchester United. Since he broken his leg and that, he had that horrible injury, he's not quite been the same again ever since, in my personal opinion. Luke Shaw, he's not quite been the same player. Yes, he's good in that, but since having that broken leg, what he suffered about 6-7 years ago, he's been nowhere near the same player.
Rank it up there. I say goalkeeper first.
And Chilwell as well. Good point, actually.
And even then, it depends what system you play. Yeah. Because, you know what I mean, sometimes it can be even more important, but that position is so
especially
important
in a three
nowadays.
with one sitter.
Yeah, and especially when you rely on a possession-based game, I think it's a very, very important role. And this is going to be a massive miss for Manchester City. So let me just repeat it again. The news that's breaking today is that following that injury in the game yesterday against Arsenal for Manchester City of Rodri, he went down and it's looking like it's very serious and that he could miss the whole season. You say you got another tweet there?
Yeah, Fabrizio, I guess just backing up what's already been said, but he says Rodri will undergo more tests in the next hours, but City expect him to miss the remainder of the season.
Yeah.
So they've resigned themselves to
and
the fact that
ESPN also reported that as well. It's an ACL injury, cruciate ligament, and it looks like
nasty when it happens.
Yeah, and it looks like, and you can see he was in distress. And one of the best players in the world is going to be out for the season. How big a blow will that be to Manchester City's title hopes and Champions League hopes? We will have to wait and see. Does that help the chances of all the other teams around them, like Arsenal, like Liverpool, Chelsea's, etc.? Again, only the season will be able to find out. But certainly, it's a big blow to Manchester City and all Manchester City fans. Rodri out, by the looks of it, for the season with an ACL injury. Thanks for watching the show. Don't forget to subscribe here to DR Sports for all breaking news, and get well soon to Rodri.
Yes, absolutely. We wish him well indeed. We really do. Wish Rodri very well. Pep will find a new way. Yeah, you can't rule it out, mate. You really can't today at night 14, I believe. He will definitely find a new way. Right, I'm going to have a quick breather. I'm just going to go to the loo. I'm going to make myself a drink, and I will be back right with you guys. Don't go anywhere, because I will be back. I'm just going to make a cup of tea. Just gonna say I'll be right back. Comment that. Oh, hold on. What's going on here? Come on, man. Your videos, here we go. Q channel, here we go. Community post, here we go. Just channel, here we go. Not too sure yet. Gonna keep on going for this a while yet. You know, carry on exposing all these Ronans and that. Okay, I'm back now, people. Bosh. Cheers, everyone. Right, so now let's carry on cooking some more YouTubers, shall we? Because I can go on for some time yet, I tell you. I'm not in any hurry, and I'm enjoying cooking these rules like Rory Lemons and all these PR YouTubers. Now, it's not all been about PR. Some of them have actually made some good points, like Henry Talks Football and that. I don't always agree with what he says, but he did make a couple of good points, what I do actually agree with. But I think majority of it was banger mash waffles still no, but there are a couple good points I do agree with. Right, we've hit the 3-hour mark again, guys, for 2 nights in a row now. 3 nights in a row now, we've hit the 3-hour mark. Unbelievable. That's unbelievable work rate, honestly. Insane work rate by me. Right, let's go. Let's carry on. Let's carry on, people. Right, who we do next? DR Sports Clips. Because I want to hear what Matisse says and that. What Abby Simmons and Matisse are saying. Here we go. Debate on Arsenal's tactics. Had the whole panel heated. Oh, here we go. This is going to be gold. Here we go. Let's do this, people.
City were rattled. Right, they were rattled by Arsenal. Right? They got out of
Rattled, eh? City were rattled. All over Arsenal in the second half, and really they should have broken them down, yeah? Let's get the narrative right here.
Right, they're getting that goal right at the end.
No mentality, innit?
City were rattled. Right, they were rattled by Arsenal. Right, they got out of jail. Right, they're getting that goal right at the end of about 98 minutes. Right, yes, Arsenal did deploy a lot of dark arts in that game, and I enjoyed it because I've been used to seeing Arsenal in years gone by not being very soft in end games, not deploying any dark arts, right? And we end up lose the game. And yes, you can say, oh, well, why didn't they go for it more?
Your side needs to stop picking up these silly red cards, yeah? Then maybe your side might be champions, but until they cut that shit out, your team's got no chance winning the Premier League, mate.
Well, I've seen Liverpool that time. Remember, you used out of 10 men against them. What was the score in the end? Right, when you played them, was there a game?
What about when we were 9? No,
no,
we still went for it with them.
No.
Got a draw, unlike you. No, don't make the. We lost that 5-0 that game. That was one of
we got a draw.
That was Klopp's. Hang on,
how
no,
Robbie,
Robbie, I'm going to correct you there. That was Klopp's second game against City ever, and in the first game we won 4-1.
Yeah, but the second game, the
red card changed the game.
The only point I'm trying to make, right, is that in that game you went down to 10 men. Right? You still tried to have a go.
We still had a go.
You ended up losing. Was it 5-1?
5-0 we lost.
5-0.
But we did beat them 4-1 the year before.
Playing at the Etihad, right? The place where they're unbeaten at the Etihad. The tactics to deploy were correct.
According to Bernardo Silva, at least Liverpool come and give it a go. They've won the Premier League. You haven't. Champions League.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Bernardo Silva.
Yeah, but hold on.
Bernardo Silva said. Crazy. Bernardo Silva said, yes, you came and gave it a go with 10 men. You lost 5-0.
No, but he's
right. And I'm saying to Bernardo Silva.
No. Don't try.
Bernardo Silva.
He said, and I can get the quote up as well.
Do you like the quote?
I'd like it.
Okay.
Bernardo Silva.
Let's get it up.
Hold on.
By the way, I don't like Bernardo Silva.
They were rattled.
I don't like
coming out.
If we're trying to pretend that Arsenal in the second half with 10 men for 45 minutes leading a game at the Etihad should now be opening themselves up to some sort of hold on. Because it just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, this is
away, by the way, from winning that game. So what is the narrative if Arsenal actually hold on and they don't concede that goal in the last minute? Is the narrative that they should have opened up when they won? Right, but they won. But let's not.
We didn't lose. It's 45 minutes.
Hold on. Alex.
Over 50 minutes.
That's so sad. Yeah, a draw at the Etihad with 10 men for 45 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm not even on the bias thing today. It's a very good result. It's a great result.
It's not a bias thing. The argument is that's fine. You can come and play like that, and you've got the best defence in the league. That you can do that. Fine. But my point, and what me and Alex were talking about before, is that when Liverpool and City were going for each other year in year out, You just wouldn't have seen them do that.
So what? But they lost 5-0.
Hold on.
No, I'm only referring to that game because you went down to 10 men. I'm not saying.
If the game's 11-11,
you will win it.
You care. No, Flex. I don't understand. If the game is 11-11 and Arsenal do that for the whole second half, that's a different context. But at 10 men, what else are they meant to do?
11v11, they're winning 2-1.
11 against 11, I reckon Arsenal would win the game because Man City at times did not look great. You got to admit that. Let's get the narrative right here, people. They did not look the best. But Arsenal were naive, switched off, and that's how Man City, the champions, ended up getting the point. This is why they keep on winning league titles, Man City, because they have the elite mentality at the end of the day, yeah? Let's get the narrative right here. The elite mentality. Anyway, let's carry on.
It was 11, by the way. We're winning, and we had them on the ropes.
Can I say one thing?
So what are you talking about?
Can I say one thing, yeah? I like when Arsenal lose. It's funny. I like the head loss. Like, Troops was going mad, Curtis, Sometimes just the banter and that, it is hilarious when Arsenal lose, but I don't want them to lose too many games because I rather they won the league, yeah, rather than Liverpool or Man City. Let's get the narrative right here. Yeah, me being a Manchester United fan, Arsenal, less the Eagles, I rather have them win than Liverpool, or Man City. I'll tell you what. You got it's fine. Like when you lose, it's funny. I want to message you and think. But what's actually happening now to Arsenal? To the forced,
it's not forced.
It is forced. The forced outrage. What's happening to Arsenal? Yeah, is embarrassing. Like it is. Like we're trying. I'm not even saying we because I'm not in this camp. There's people trying to say right that Arsenal should play the way that they want them to play to get a result. Like. How does that even make sense? When Real Madrid went there in the Champions League and it went to penalties, how did they play? How did Don Carlo, how many times they won it? 15 times, win it, whatever they are. How did they play against City? How, when anyone beats City recently, do you get it done? Like you said, you have times where you've had shootouts and you haven't won, but it's entertaining for the fans. Like if you're an Arsenal fan, why and Mikel Arteta and them players, why on earth would you give a shit that the Tottenham fans are like, oh, it's so miserable what you're doing. Or the Liverpool fans are like, we never used to do that. Who gives a shit?
Of course they don't.
And on top of that, since when was using your best attribute? Arsenal the best defense in the league? Yes or no?
Yes.
Since when was using your top trump card a negative? If Prime Klopp, yeah, Salah,
Inter Milan,
whatever you want to call it, yeah, their strength was that. Your strength is high line, even though there's 9 men.
It's not really a strength.
Well, it's not really a strength. Exactly.
It's not really a strength.
So that's what I'm saying. Your top characteristic. Let's take that away from Arsenal. Let's take away the set pieces. Let's take away the defensive solidity.
No one's saying that.
And then let's just be more. You're criticizing them and doing it.
How? When we're watching Inter Milan, when we're going to watching Inter Milan go to the new camp and get a result with that defense, right? That Mourinho had doing this. This is the art of defending. Okay. This is the art of football. And one thing I will say is this whole Bernardo Silva. Thank you, Liverpool, for participating.
Look, Arsenal defended brilliantly at times. Let's get the narrative right here. But when it matters the most, they didn't get out of their line, did they? So they like to make an excuse thinking, oh, Arsenal are robbed, we are robbed, referees against us, this and that. No, you weren't robbed. It's just your team failed to get out of the line. Let's get the narrative right here. It's like, for fuck's sake, people, what are we doing here? Seriously, sort your shit out. That's like me, right? If Manchester United were down to 10 men and say we're winning 2-1 in a Manchester derby, then literally Man City gets it back to 2-2. Would I be making excuses like if the referee sent one of our players off for kicking the ball away and switching off in the last second, allowing the opposition to score a quick corner? No, I would hold my team accountable because I have the minerals to call out my football club at the end of the day, yeah? Because I'm no PR YouTuber. I do not come up with any excuses whatsoever. I will hold my football club accountable at the end of the day. If they get it wrong, I'll hold them accountable. It's as simple as that.
For all those years, they were more competitive. They were more fun. No. This is what Manchester City always do. They love to do this little head little scratch for Liverpool. And Liverpool fans lap it up. Oh, we were the best competitors. You got one Premier League title. Forget that. I know the context of the points allocated, accumulated, but you got one Premier League title, and they have won titles galore.
Facts.
So they're happy to little bro you and say you competed and we love the way you played against us because they were always on the winning side.
And where's the criticism? Where's the criticism? Why has no one said the almighty Pep, amazing, break everything down, used to playing against the low block every bloody week? Yeah. They played a 6-4. Arsenal played, essentially, 6-3. 6-3, sorry. Yeah, because they're down to 10. They played 6-3, couldn't got the goalkeeper,
at one point.
Exactly, right? And they couldn't break them down. And yes, the argument is we did right at the end, but it nullified Haaland because there was no space. The wingers, like Arsenal just camped in there, they nullified them right up into the last minute.
And also Flex, right?
The plan worked.
And also Flex, the thing that Rodri was criticising Arsenal for last season, they're celebrating a draw, right? They're celebrating a draw at the end. Yeah, I see Pep go for kick down his chair, right? Listen, bro, we got them rattled. That's what it is.
Because that draw put them back at the top of the Premier League. So, of course, they are happy that they found an equaliser at the end of the day. Because it just goes to show the difference between Man City and Arsenal. Arsenal are the ones who are trying to hunt down the juggernauts, and the juggernaut literally carries on staying on top because they have the elite mentality, Arsenal are trying their best to pip a team to the title who has pipped them for the last couple of seasons, which Arsenal can do it. Don't get me wrong. They could absolutely pip Man City to the title, but they got to be a lot more consistent. Otherwise, they'll fall short again. Then that means either Man City would win it or Liverpool win it. But, it's going to be interesting to see what Pepe Guardiola does. Who's he going to play in that CDM against Watford? You could put John Stones in there, Kovacic. The thing is with Kovacic, though, I believe his legs are going a little bit. And also, the thing is with John Stones, he seems to suffer with a few injuries. So if you do that, there's no guarantees that he will stay fit the whole season anyway, is there? Let's get the narrative right here, people. But, it's going to be an interesting one to see what direction Pep goes, isn't it? See what sort of system he uses without Rodri. As a neutral, it's going to be a challenge for Man City now, but it's one as a neutral. I am excited to see how they do. The test the character in that. Because it will be a real test of character now. And say, come May, they've won 5 in a row, then it just goes to show how elite they really are. They really are elite, but if they can still win the Premier League title without Rodri, then my goodness me, to me, they are super elite. Now, as a neutral, I absolutely love watching Manchester City. Yeah, I love the football they play. It's absolutely breathtaking. And even as a neutral, I loved watching Liverpool under Jurgen Klopp. And I liked what I've seen so far with Army Slots as well as a neutral. Of course I can. I'm not a Man City fan, Liverpool fan, anything like that, because I'm a Manchester United fan. But I do respect the way they play football at the end of the day as a neutral. But it doesn't mean I still want Man City or Liverpool to win the Premier League. Of course I don't, because as a Manchester United fan, that's like literally your worst nightmare, Liverpool or Man City winning the league, isn't it? So it's like, really, who do you go with? It's like, because you don't want either of them to win the league. So that's why I really hope Arsenal get over the line. Or say an off chance, which I know they won't do it, but if they did surprise everyone, say someone like Chelsea or something, I'm not sure they won the Premier League as well, rather than Liverpool and Man City. But Chelsea aren't in the title race. Yes, they're doing okay at the moment, but I see that Chelsea team, and there's still too many issues at the moment. So, yeah, but we'll wait and see what happens, people. But certainly going to be a test of character now, like I said, to Man City. And we'll see how it goes. Anyway, let's continue with this. But, you know, they're all having a debate with each other, which is kind of hilarious and that. It's entertaining to listen to, don't get me wrong. Just them having a debate like this.
That's why they're all coming out. That's
saying,
why Haaland at the end is throwing
Arsenal
balls
didn't
at
play the
people.
game we wanted them to. You know when we drew you 0-0 and Virgil van Dijk was like, only one team comes in. Sorry we didn't come the way you wanted us to go there and get licks. Of course you'd want us to turn up there, be open and expansive so you can lick us down 4-0.
You know why?
That's your problem.
Because if we had a Man City fan on this panel, they'd be the one getting cooked. Because at the end of the day, for 45 minutes at home against 10 men, you could not bring Arsenal down. Simple as. That's the facts.
And it's all
And rightly so, you know, a lot of Man City fans were actually angry that Man City could not break Arsenal down, being down to 10 men. You know, you see, standards Man City fans have the elite mentality. It's because their fans don't go along with the PR, nor do Man City do PR. You know, that's why they keep on winning, where other football clubs put out so much PR bollocks, and these managers are trying to copy Pep, but you're never going to beat Pep, are you? You keep copying his tactics and that. Let's get the narrative right here, people. You're never going to beat him.
All right, can I please
In
interject?
one dimension. Let's get
Can I please interject? Right, I'm not saying you don't have the best defense. I think good job on you. And I said to you yesterday, in fairness, if you go there and you do that and you hold out 45 minutes and you get the result, then good on you for doing
what's
that.
your problem?
My problem is, it's a great result. Don't get me wrong, it's a great result. My problem with it is that when we've had Contes and Jose's or Simeone's or Dyche or whatever.
Well, Man City, yes, because they've gone back to the top of the Premier League, so they'll be really happy that they're top of the league. But now, the number one concern for them is now Rodri's out for the whole season.
When there's teams like that set up to defend in that way, there is a lot of criticism. It's boring. When Spurs were under, let me go. It's mine now, right? When we was under Conte, it's boring. It's turgid. It's this, it's that. So when you set up in those two banks where you can't get anything, fine, do that way. But I would prefer to see.
Hold on, Abby,
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Let me just finish.
I'm not done.
All right, let me just interject. Can I interject just one thing?
No, because I'm going to tell you some other facts. It's not just about yesterday.
No, but I just need to.
Let's say what's about.
But Abby, just before you do that, I just need to address that. Right? We weren't playing like that before we went down to.
Oh, yeah.
I know. I'm excited for Bake Off too.
10 men. We started to play like that.
Yes.
Conte played like that every week.
Yes.
We started to play like that in that game because we're down to 10 men.
I understand that.
Needs must.
I understand that.
You do.
I do understand that, but I'm not that to you. I do understand that.
How is Spurs?
It's not about Spurs. You're doing what he does. It's not about Spurs. It's not about Spurs.
You brought Spurs to the.
I'm saying
when we had Conte.
Yeah,
and you were shit. And against Southampton, he gave up.
Hold on.
Super chats after this.
I've got a few for you. Only 3 teams have kept less possession than Arsenal this season. Nottingham Forest, Ipswich and Everton. 17th in terms of possession. 16th in XG created. 17th. No, this is the season so far.
No, did they have 10 men in the games?
This is also in the season so far.
That's the whole season.
17th in accurate passes per match. 8th for XG conceded and 1st for red cards. So it's not just about yesterday. I can commend you for getting a draw at City, but it's about this season so far.
So what are you saying then? This season they're up.
I'm not saying
what's the
they're
closing
rubbish.
statement?
My closing statement is that I just prefer when I've got a title challenge or someone's at the top. I prefer to watch my football.
No, but you know what? Those stats that you're quoting, right, are only so low for Arsenal because of yesterday. Because in that second half we had so little possession. So the week before we beat you.
You had 37%.
So,
You had 37% the
so
week
don't,
before.
right? Let me give you. I'll give you. Let me give you a simple stat. Yeah, Arsenal are unbeaten this season.
Yeah.
Arsenal in their first 5 games have had to go away to Tottenham, away to Aston.
So Man City as well. They're still unbeaten, don't forget. Both Man City and Arsenal are still unbeaten. And so are Brighton, I believe, as well. Brighton are unbeaten still as well. So 3 teams are still unbeaten in the Premier League.
Villa and away to Manchester City, and we have not lost any of that game. We've won 2 of them. We've won 2 of those games.
Is that what you're doing?
We're not becoming
Josie?
No, we're not becoming Josie.
Is that how you're going to win the league?
We
Because I
score
just need
more.
to know what we're setting up.
Right, we score goals. It's not making sense.
This is real
When
bad.
you've got, well, hold on, Abby. When you
so hurt,
Abby, when you've got those,
I commend you.
Erling Haaland's daughter.
See, the way Robbie's going on in that, let Abby talk, for fuck's sakes. Let Abby talk. She's trying to get a word in, and Robbie isn't letting her talk in that. Just let her talk. What are we doing here?
Wait, I just need to know what Arsenal we're talking about.
No, but if you, Abby, when you've got those 3 away fixtures, when you've got those 3 away fixtures, right?
The same blonde here.
You got Villa away, you got Tottenham away, you got Man City away. I'm not expecting Arsenal to come out of those fixtures and sit first, second, third for these metrics that you're listing out. If they play Bournemouth, Ipswich, Reading, Wolverhampton, I don't give a shit. Then okay, 100% I get it, but I'm not gonna say that those away games that I'm expecting Arsenal to open up and be this expansive team. Now, in the next 5-6 games, whatever their fixtures are, if those stats still sit like that, then we can say, okay, now he's moving like Jose Mourinho.
We'll be watching.
We're watching a pragmatic team go away from home and get results and play the way that they have to play. Me as a Chelsea fan, I'll be honest, me as a Chelsea
London derby about their 2 best players. Go away to Atalanta, which are a good team.
The game is about winning. It's about results. Me as a Chelsea fan, I can't sit here with my team with Mourinho. We used to go to stadiums like that. We used to have to do a pragmatic job and get the result. There's an art and there's a beauty to going away from home and doing a job and getting a result. It has to be done sometimes. Not everybody has to play the same way. I'm seeing teams in the relegation zone playing out from the back.
Look at Southampton.
Why
are you not saying well done, Russell Martin? Look at all of his possession. It's fantastic. Look at his style of play.
One is trying to stay up and the other's trying to win a league.
And where are they in the league?
Yeah, totally different.
Where are they with points to City?
What are you talking about?
You're saying one's trying to win the league. You're acting like they failed on that objective. They're still trying to win it last time.
Jump in.
You are saying
I'm not. I'm saying they are facts. They are stats.
But
they
what's
are
your
there.
point with the
My
facts
point
and
is, I
stats?
just want to know where Arsenal are going. This is: are we looking at prime Conte, prime Jose, or are we going to go back to how Arsenal are?
It's nothing to do. We're not a Conte type team, right? We're on a right.
Come on. Lex and Robbie, why aren't you allowing Abby to have a word in Edgeway? You're trying to keep talking over her. She's trying to make some good points and that, and you're not letting her get a word in Edgeway in. What are we doing here, people? Seriously. Oh. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
KG wouldn't do this. Hold on. KG
calling show is affecting you. What's going on? We got to speak to production with the standard and the quality of this show.
It's all compromises, guys.
I'm really sorry if you came here for analysis and a breakdown of what actually happened.
You know what it is,
I'm
right?
just giving you real stats.
You know what it is, right? It's all these holidays.
All
these holidays she's been on, she got sunstroke. I don't know what you're talking about, right? We are not a Conte. We are not a Conte type team, right? We were 2-1 up, Abby.
Yeah, but
we were winning. We came. That's the other thing. That's the other thing. We were 1-0 down at the Etihad, right? And we came from behind, right? And we're 2-1 up, right? And I'm telling you, then, man, we had no choice to do what we did in the second half, and we nearly pulled it off. And even these men are rattled, these City, right? Because we didn't. That's 5 games now. They ain't beaten us. 5 games, right? They've not beaten Arsenal. We've won 3 of them.
Right. Can I just one point, just one last point.
Yeah.
When we came to your ground in 2015-16 with Mourinho and we won the league and you were singing boring Chelsea, were you one of the people that was singing that?
No, you know
okay,
what?
good. I'm just making sure. Arsenal fans.
He's got. Let me just check.
I'm just making sure.
Remember, he does hate Arsenal.
When this happens to me now, don't forget.
Wait a minute. Well, what I would say,
they do have a song, 1-0 to the Arsenal.
We did used to be boring Arsenal. They were even singing it at us yesterday as well, right? City, right? But what I would say, Matisse, right, is that at that time, that was the style of play for Mourinho, which he's very successful with. He's very pragmatic. I don't think we are very pragmatic. I think when we go away from home, we're definitely more, pragmatic with our approach, and it's worked for us. You know what I mean?
My team last season, Manchester United, were very, very pragmatic. Honestly, it's like, wow, I couldn't believe last season how pragmatic we were at times. Honestly, it was absolutely ridiculous. No wonder why we finished 8th place and a minus goal difference last season. But yeah, you'll see our fans going, blah, 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 it's the injuries, MrJoshiej. Have you not ever considered that this manager may not be good enough for the football club? Have you ever taken that into consideration? No, probably not. I know for sure this manager we got now is not good enough for the long term. He may win you an FA Cup or a Carabao Cup, but if you want to go to the next level, say win a Premier League title or say a Champions League, something like that, then you need someone in who is willing to take you to the next level. Yes, it's all about trophies at the end of the day, but winning that FA Cup last season, completely papering over the cracks because no one is literally talking about us finishing 8th place and a minus goal difference, where me, I go on about it because as a Manchester United fan, right, that will forever hurt me us finishing 8th place and a minus goal difference. Nowhere near sustainable, honestly, absolutely nowhere near sustainable for Man United Football Club's standards. Let's get the narrative right here, people. So that's why I will not shut up about it, because it should be a learning curve at the end of the day for future Manchester United players that never repeat this again. Well, at the moment, we're down in 11th place and that. I mean, come on, man. That's not Man United standards being down in 11th place. We really got to start winning matches again soon if we are to climb the table. It's as simple as that.
Right? But we score a lot of goals. We score a lot of goals, and we've had a very, like you said, that point you made, Matisse, is brilliant. We've had a very tough start to the season. You can't go gun-ho against Villa, even you guys. You can't go away there and go gun-ho. We went away there last year. It was pretty pragmatic. We beat you. We just deployed the same thing again. We know you're going to play the high line. We know you can't defend set pieces. We'll just keep it tight and our chances will come.
What I've done today, is just banked it. Because if a smaller team comes to the Emirates now and they play this way and if Arsenal don't win...
Yeah, they can't say that. That's fair enough.
Oh, wow. That was intense, wasn't it? Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Trossard cost us the game. City ain't rattled. Kenny, Ken, Jez and Matt. See, them Arsenal fans know that Man City ain't rattled, even without Rodri, because I believe they'll find someone else to fit in the CDM role. But, it's crazy. Let's see Michael at Chelsea FC. Is he still lying? Yes, he is.
In the midfield, I think it's going to be Dewsbury, Weddinall. Then I am going to put him alongside Renato Vega. So far, I've gone Jorgensen, Chilwell, Baglashile, Tozi, Disassi, Dewsbury, Weddinall, Renato Vega. On the left, it is going to be Michaela Mudryk. I think Michaela Mudrick is going to be out on the left.
Right, yeah. Who I just said to Michael.ChelseaFC, unreal work rate, because he's still alive as well. I mean, he's been going since what? He started just after 6 p.m. and he must be approaching like the 6-hour mark or something. That's unreal by Michael.ChelseaFC. Well, mind you, when we did a stream together, we did 6 hours, 56 minutes, and 53 seconds. But for him to be going that long as a solo stream, unbelievable work rate, honestly. Right, let's go. Here we go. You go, Arsenal. You go, Arsenal fan. Let's see. What's he been saying? Let's have a look. You go, Arsenal fan. Arsenal fan. Why can't I find him? Has he got his YouTube channel? I'm sure he has. Here you go. Igal Talks Football. Oh, he hasn't uploaded, sorry. Oh, he streams. Arsenal rattled Man City. Okay, mate. Good one. Good one. Yeah. Good one. No, they didn't. It's just Man City, you know, your side's been down to 10 men. They should have found a breakthrough, Man City. Arsenal defended well, but Man City should have found a breakthrough. And, like, on paper, really should have won the game, I think, with Arsenal being down to 10 men. But no disrespect to Arsenal. Like I said, defensively, they were absolutely superb, honestly. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yo, people, what's going on? If you guys talk about, we're back again with another video. I got the fantastic with you, Dayo in the building. We got to talk about Manchester City fans, the rivals, the club themselves, the manager. They are all rattled. I have not seen more interviews post Arsenal match with any other team in years. I see the interview. I see Walker come out with an interview. I seen Ake come out with an interview. I seen John Stones come out with an interview. I seen Akanji come out with an interview. If you guys know any other players, please tell me. I seen a video of Erling Haaland getting angry and yelling at Arteta, telling him to be humble, all this. I've seen so much stuff. These guys are well and truly rattled. Let me know in the comments if you guys think Man City are rattled.
Rattled, really, when they kept on pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. They kept on pushing and they didn't give up until the final whistle. Guess what happened? Your side switched off and they took advantage and still got a point out in the game where really you feel by Man City's standards they should have had all 3 points because Arsenal were down to 10 men. So I think I understand why a lot of Man City fans are really unhappy about it and angry about it. Shall I tell you why they're angry about it? Because they have elite, high standards. Let's get the narrative right here, people. Let's absolutely have it right. So for him to come out and say they're rattled and that, get out here. What are we doing here, people? Real talk, what are we doing?
And also, please do like the goddamn video, ladies and gentlemen. We need to get this video past at least 150 likes. And in the comment section, let me know, is Man City rattled? Also, Rodri's out for the season, ladies and gentlemen. That is a massive blow to Man City's title hopes. I'm not celebrating no injuries here. I hope none of you guys are either. But of course, we know the significance of Rodri missing for Man City and what it could mean to anybody else's title hopes. No excuses for City, though. If they do have Rodri or no Rodri, they're still expected to be one of the best teams in the world and compete on all fronts. They should be able to weather the storm. But Rodri is going to be still a big, big blow in the same breath. And finally, we haven't spoken to Souls yesterday. So how are you feeling, Souls?
Yeah, Man City, okay? Now, you know what? It was so annoying, man. I was literally like at the venue when I found out that John Stones scored. I was at a wedding, and it's one of my best mates' weddings as well. I was like, how am I going to stand next to my guy and smile, yeah, when I've just known a big injustice happened in football? Like, how can I do that, fam? But, you know, I'm proud of the guys. And you know what? Man City know, they let their biggest asset go. Mikel Arteta. Put some damn respect on my guy's name. Put some damn respect on my players' names. Because Man City on rattle. They are fearing for their lives because they know that dominance, that era of, you know, just a Man City, you know, given, it's a given they're going to win the league, is no longer there. This was the passing of the torch. This was the acknowledgement that Arsenal are not just back, we're here.
Really? You think your side is going to go on and do a three-peat, do you? And a four-peat, like what Man City done? I don't think so. I mean, the disrespect Man City get in football is absolutely ridiculous, honestly. Oh, it is jarring at times, honestly. It's like, get the fuck out of here. What are we doing here, people?
Fucking take over. They are now realizing that it is no longer a one-trick pony team anymore. We can do it all. And Pep didn't know what hit him. This team didn't know what hit them. They thought,
have you won the Champions League? No. Have you won a Premier League title in over 20 years? No, you haven't. So, real talk, what a load of banger and mash waffle this schooner Suze is talking about, whatever his name is. So, anyway, what a mutant, honestly. Oh, dear me.
men down, goal fest. Haaland thought he's going to win the Golden Boot against just because we went to 10 men. Nor did they know we've got the Great Wall of the Arsenal, the Great Wall of England on our side. Gabriel, Saliba, White, Calafiori, you know, Partey, Rice, all of them putting their bodies on the line, yeah, to stop this team from even trying to score. Yes, we got unfortunate at the very end, but this team wanted us to just play football against them. Firstly, defending is football, so we did.
You didn't get unfortunate, mate. Your side switched off and Man City punished you. It's as simple as that. Again, stop trying to make excuses, yeah? Take accountability. Hold Trossard accountable. Hold your defence accountable. Yes, they did well, but in the end, it means absolutely nothing because literally they still let Man City score in the 90th plus minutes, didn't they? So, yeah, honestly, what on earth is he on about?
Football. We just didn't play the football that benefited you because you're a great striker. This whole idea that a number 9 can break a low block, guess what? It didn't happen yesterday, did it? Because when we go into the low block, it took them a set piece at the end to score. Where did this great number 9 disappear to? Stay humble. Fuck you, you prick. Stay humble. You're telling me to stay humble, you egotistical maniac. Yeah, this guy has got an inflated ego, fam. And I'm so glad. Firstly, you want to pick on a child. Why don't you pick on Gabriel Magalhaes, yeah, who will put you in your place? You think you're a Viking, you're a little bitch. Yeah, picking on the kids. Pick on Gabriel.
He is a Viking. Have you seen how many goals he scored? 100 Man City goals. The guy is an absolute machine. Again, the disrespect to Man City and Haaland, oh, my goodness me, it is jarring.
As Gabriel into the picture, what happened, pussy? Oh, you hid behind the security, didn't you? He's that guy, yeah, you know, that starts a fight, and then as soon as, you know, like, people start pulling you back is when he wants to fight. Nah, man, piss off. You're an absolute coward. You're an absolute coward. Picking on a 17-year-old, making their debut. And you know what, Miles Skelly? Massive respect, man, because that's a man. That's not a child. That's a man ready to take over the Arsenal team. Because the way he stood up to man, that's what we want to see. And you know, when the team came, swarmed him as well, that's what we want to see, man. Because these guys have got each other's backs, man. And you know the best thing about it? Arteta's mafia boss moment, yeah, when Haaland told him to stay humble. Did you see what happened? Yo, he got his gunmen in front. They said, yo, boss man, we've got this. That's the mentality.
They were laughing at him, souls. They weren't even taking him serious.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. They just said to Arteta, man, you just step back, man. We got this. And you know what it is? That's what I want to see. Because these guys now know that there's levels to this game, and they don't know the levels they've just reached. Because not only can we play football, and guess what? We were 2-1 up. Got a red card and said, okay, time to defend. We'll show you another side of our game. And we held off. It was just a very unfortunate goal that we conceded. Otherwise, we would have destroyed that Etihad record, but it just wasn't meant to be. But
again, not unfortunate. Your side switched off. You know, why aren't you saying that? All you keep saying is, oh, it's unfortunate, this and that. No, your side switched off. Not Egal. I hate him. I mean, it's not just him I'm cooking. I'm exposing this fraud on his panel as well. Gunnar Sues or something like that. He is talking absolute banger and mash waffle, mate. Honestly, it's absolutely ridiculous. There you go, just rinsed my mug. My cup of tea mug. Right, here we go. Let's carry on cooking this grilled.
you know, I'm disappointed, but I'm immensely proud of the team as well. This is what they wanted. Attack them, pussios, dickheads. Honestly, I fucking hate that team. 115 corrupted charges, bastard. I swear to God. You know what it is? Yeah, like I don't.
102. Sorry, the 115, 115. Oh, there you go, bringing up the 115. Typical, man. Honestly, stop going on about the 115, yeah? It's boring to listen to. How many years have we had to listen to this now about the 115? 115. It's like, shut the fuck up, yeah? Stop going on about the 115. It's ridiculous. They are innocent until proven guilty, yeah? Fucking heck, man.
I never cared about City, like, but they're just pricks, man. I can't wait. You know when that charge is hit? I can't wait. I cannot wait. I'm going to go to the Etihad. I live in Manchester. I'm going to the Etihad.
How do you know that they're going to be given a points deduction? Because I believe they'll just get a fine and that's it. Absolute wrong.
Dancing on their grave, so yeah, I'm gonna do all of them. I'm gonna take a fucking a casket with me, fam. I'm like, yeah, bury that club. Dick, I hope they're guilty. Absolute pricks.
Man City's title and all that stuff. We're gonna talk about it in a second, but just staying on Man City being triggered. What do you think about that? Dale, what are you saying?
I mean, they are triggered because they can smell. Let me explain it this way. Last season, we drew at the Etihad. That draw seemed like we went there for a draw. Like, you understand, like you watch the game and like Arsenal came here to not lose. We came here for a draw. This season, we go to the Etihad. They say they are the best team in the world right now. They have the best manager in the world right now. They have the best number 9 in the world right now. They have the best defensive midfielder in Rodri, who they claim is the next Ballon d'Or, right now on that team. They're at home at the Etihad. I'm giving you different points why they should be winning. We go a goal down. We go a goal down. How many teams has gone a goal down at the Etihad and has come back to be up 2-1? How many? None. We go a goal down, we come back 2-1, and then we get the unfortunate red card. Fortunate or unfortunate, as people want to call it. I think Trossard should not have touched the ball after he heard the whistle, even if it was mid, whatever it is. Just trap it. Just trap it where you are.
Of course, he shouldn't have touched the ball. It's a blatant red card. Would you ever sub to Egal? I used to subscribe to his channel and unsubscribe. I've only seen him on Lee Gunner's channel, to be honest. And the answer to your question is no, I won't sub to him because, you know, he is so deluded, honestly, absolutely delusional at the highest level.
Hear the whistle, just trap the ball. That's what I would advise any player to do going forward, because we've seen this season that there's been double digits of players who they have claimed have stopped the restart of a game, but only three fouls have been given on that. 2 to Arsenal and 1 to Manchester United. So I don't understand what's going on. But my thing is, he shouldn't have touched that ball. But he got the red card, unfortunately for us. We're down to 10 men. Then we showed them what they can do defensively. And I think now they can smell the mentality in the Arsenal team, and it scares them. It genuinely scares them. Last season, they were laughing at us like, oh, you got a draw, you're celebrating. This season, they're celebrating the draw. The tables have turned, and they can feel it. They can feel that this Arsenal team will not be beat.
Again, celebrating a draw because they got on top of the Premier League. You know, as it stands, they are still favourites in this league title. So, of course, they're going to be happy.
They don't want to be beat. They can smell it, right? And I think that scares them. I think that scares them more. And I hear people, look, see, I hear you, Wills. He didn't have time to react. That's what I'm saying. Like, going forward, you hear the whistle, just leave the ball alone or just trap it. Because you've noticed that twice in a row in 3 games, Arsenal have been issued the same penalty. Meanwhile, in those same games, the opposing teams will do the same thing, and they're not being given cards. So if you know that there's a chance that you might get a card, just step away from it. Just leave it alone. Just walk away from it. And
what did he expect? Michael Oliver's on the...
Exactly. Stay away from the ball. Exactly. I'm going to sleep now. Are you lying on Tuesday? I mean, possibly. I'll wait and see. But good night to you. Thanks once again for all the support and your kind comments.
Payroll of the UAE.
You understand? Like that's the only way that you can save yourself as a player now, until that rule changes or until the rule becomes consistent across the board. For example, Haaland should have gotten a card. Example, Doku should have gotten a card. I can list a bunch of people, but they didn't give it to them. They gave it to you, Leandro. So going forward, Arsenal players, if I'm Mikel Arteta, I'll tell them, you hear the whistle, back away from the ball. Don't even try and help bring the ball back to the foul position. Just back away from
it. Or just bully at the referee.
Yeah, just back away from it, you know, so.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
And so is his panel as well, Daniel 14.
That's 100 to
Are you listening to this?
I'm sick of it, man. They get it easy ride, bro.
All right, let me show you guys some graphics, okay? So first things first, the manager's rattled. You don't see Pep lose his composure like that on the sideline often. Am I wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, set pieces. We are so good at set pieces, it just frustrates the teams. But to have Haaland throw the ball at Gabriel's head after the equalize, and also start cussing out Arteta, start cussing out Gabriel Jesus. Like, what are we doing here?
But this just shows.
See how much of a coward he is. He's a coward. Look at him.
No, so you know what it is for me, Gal. This is a good thing for me. The rivalry is now real. This reminds me of the Manchester United Arsenal. Real now. Now we know that it's a matter of war. Anytime we see you, it's on site. It's on site for all City fans. They're so rattled. They are so rattled by how good Arsenal has become and how
Look, Rodri made a statement last season at the end of the season. Arsenal did not have the mentality to come and beat us. When they came to play for a draw. If you're going to want to win the trophy, you have to be able to come to the house of the champions and beat them. And then this season, we come there with that mentality, and they see it. They smell it. They can taste it. The stadium was silent as soon as we scored the second goal. Like they changed after the first set piece. Doku swapped to Walker. The first one, they realized Gabriel almost got it, and it was Doku. They're like, "Oh, Doku is not big enough. Let's put somebody else on him." You put your
Bosh, we hit the 4-hour mark. Bosh.
Poor captain and best guy on him, and guess what happens? He still scores. You know, so they're rattled, they're scared, they're panicking for the first time. Literally, like and
Okay, mate, good one, yeah. Good one. Really? You think an elite football club like Man City are rattled? No, they are not rattled. Not one bit. And, you know, again, it's the disrespect they get is an absolute disgrace. But the 115, get the fuck out of here. What are we doing here, people?
you cannot tell me otherwise. Pep Guardiola is kicking the chairs in the stadium. The players are throwing balls at our players. What are we doing here? Trying to rattle this. They are rattled.
Man. Only if we won this game, it would have been perfect.
Look, if we won this game, I would have dragged every single my emotions are this. You know, you said you're proud but disappointed. I'm very, very proud. I'm disappointed at the time that the goal came in. If they wanted to equalize, I'd have preferred if they equalized at 50 minutes and we defended 2-2 to the end. And then I can say, look, well, we defended masterclass, you know, but giving them that room at that last minute, I'm disappointed at the time the goal came in. That's it. Just that very 97, you know, it's that time that really upsets me. That time, every other thing, I'm good with. And for all the blockheads, all the blockheads who are Manchester City fans who keep talking nonsense while your first official rivals. And now you know you've played 4 games in 2 years. You haven't won one. You haven't won one. Take several seats. You're making a lot of noise now because you have all your corrupt ways of winning, right? All the nonsense 115 charges that you've used to win so far. You're making a lot of noise now. Let the case be done. Let the case be done. And by the way, when I hear City fans say,
let me stop you there. There's another conversation we need to have before we move on. The fake outrage about Arsenal's style of play needs to be discussed before we move on any further. Because people who are criticizing Arsenal's style of play are people who have a vested interest in us actually losing the game. If I'm not mistaken, Man City or Man City fans or Man City's players, why would I take advice on how we should play in order to get a result from them? Surely they would tell us to play a certain style of football that would cause less stress to them. We would keep the game a lot more open. That's what they want, right? They want an open game versus 10 men. They want an open game.
It's not even versus 10 men. What they don't
I just want to speak about the fake outrage.
I don't know.
Arsenal is embarrassing from the players, from the people who speak about it, and from just football fans in general. What makes you think going down to 10 men, we should still be open and we should still be attacking and going crazy gung-ho? Like,
it's common sense not to play that way. This is not a fake outrage. This is just people who disingenuously don't have the capacity to understand that a team can be dynamic when they need to be, because their team does not understand what it means to be dynamic. Mark Smith, I'm going to answer your question real quick. Yes, they won the trophy. Yes, they won the EPL. That's not the point. I'm talking about the rivalry. We can stay in the pocket of the conversation. We're not talking about who wins the trophy now, who does not win. We're talking about what happened in the game. So stay in the pocket of the conversation. Don't get excited about trying to banter every single thing. If it's about them winning the trophy, I can tell you that I have 13. They don't have 13. I haven't won any in 20 years and they haven't caught up yet. With all the winnings that they have won, they still haven't caught up to the amount of EPLs that I have. So what are we saying here? If you want us to go down that route, I can go down that route with you. But here's what I'm saying, Igam. Most of these people who are making this fake outrage, Arsenal parked the bus, Arsenal's playing defensive with 10 men, Arsenal is doing this and that. don't have the capacity in their head to understand that the team can be dynamic, or have not seen a team that can be this dynamic, who can go forward and play. First half, we went all out. We got our 2 goals. We came from a goal down. Second half, a 1-man down. We decided to defend, and now they want to complain. Jeez, man, they should pack it up. I know you guys are rattled. I know you're rattled. I know that it is under your skin right now. Because you can see City fans.
We'll come see May, yeah? Then we'll see. But to completely write them off altogether is absolutely laughable. A team who's literally done the 4-peat, winning 4 Premier League titles in a row, and now Rodri's injured, you're instantly writing them off like that. Dear me. It's like, what are we doing here, people? Seriously. Sometimes I can get my fingers to click. It's like, wow, seriously, what's going on? Yeah, sometimes, like, just depends if they're hot or not, but they go like that. Could be because my nails are a bit long. It's like, you're writing them off just like that. It's mad.
Saying, well, we didn't really celebrate it. What happened was we were just happy that we scored at that last minute, but we didn't celebrate it. Dude, your players were running helter-skelter. You know, look, when Arsenal fans say that Trossard cost us the game, I like that statement. You know why, Igal? You know what that simply means? It simply means that Arsenal fans knew that they wanted to go there and win. For you to say, look, a draw, we're calling a draw costing us the game. That is where we're at now, mentality-wise. So all the City fans, get ready. Get ready. We're coming for you. We are coming for you.
And you know what? With Twitter getting rid of the block feature, a lot of people might get annoyed. But hey, enough about Twitter. Let's get back to the main topic. Souls, did you have anything to say on that topic of the style of play? I think Deo covered it
What's
quite well.
wrong in this style, please, honestly?
On side check, defending was part of the game. So what are we doing? Like, are we just not going to acknowledge a part of the game and just call it not football anymore? Like, it's so stupid, man. Honestly, like, just because we don't play into your hand does not mean it's anti-football. Defensive football is still a style of play. It's still something. You know, it may not be entertaining to you, but I hella enjoyed it until the end. So, for me, you know what? Like, let them talk, because the more they're talking, it means we're back. We've always been hated. We've always been one of those clubs that's never going to get the media side. And we just got to relish in our heritage, because they don't like us. It is what it is.
Okay. Arteta gave, before we move on to...
Maybe your football club is hated, yeah? Because of your fan base. Because your fan base is so deluded.
Negatives. We're just going to continue talking about some positive quickly. Arteta gave Miles Lewis Skelly some minutes. Like, how huge is it that we just went away to Tottenham and we seen what's it called? We seen Ethan come on the pitch, and we played away at City and we seen Miles Lewis Skelly come off the pitch. Arteta trusting the youth.
I'm not going to say that yet, because I mean, yes, he trusted them or he played them in this game, but I'm still yet to see like massive evidence of him actually trusting them. Don't get it twisted. It's a big moment to bring them on, especially being 2-1 up and needing to win and everything. But it's still just one game. There are moments where, you know, he needs to trust them more, and we'll see if that's the case. But I'm not going to buy into the statement of he trusts the youth necessarily. But yesterday, yeah, I think it was brilliant bringing them on, you know, giving them that word of encouragement and saying to them, look, you know, you guys need to go there and do the job. And I think they did. I think they did what they needed.
That one who came on was only 17, and on Thursday he turns 18. So what a moment for that lad to come on to make your debut before your 18th birthday. That Arsenal kid who came off the bench literally turns 18 on Thursday, and he's making his professional debut before his 18th birthday. What an early birthday present that is, man.
To do in the circumstances we were in, we were a man down. We couldn't necessarily go there and tell them to go and express yourself necessarily. They needed to be a part of the cog, and I think one of the best things for them is that that mentally is gonna rub off on them, because this is that sort of dig in deep and really make it count, and they're gonna see that and be in the midst of that as well, where you've got to dig in deep and give it everything you've got. And I understand, we're a man down with defending and everything like that, but that sort of like opportunity to see the team, working for each other, digging in for each other, covering for each other's mistakes, is going to rub off on these, and that's invaluable experience that not a lot of people.
Hey, you gotta go. Hey, you gotta go. Or you're back.
No, I'm back. I'm cooking chicken. I'm trying to make sure it doesn't burn.
No worries. Sorry, Soul. I'm just gonna strictly shift gears. You're good with this, right?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Pep Guardiola said that the first goal basically should have understood, and next time they're not going to go to speak to the referees, implying that Kyle Walker was called out of position, and he wasn't in shape, prepared for the pass to Martinelli.
Does that include Ruben Diaz? Like, this is just me hypothetically saying, but is this like also including Ruben Diaz running over to Michael Oliver and screaming in his face, or is that, or we just gonna? And by the way, they were in position. Look, it's a stupid statement because Kyle Walker was with the line of the defense. He just got done. It's as simple as that.
No, he's saying Kyle arrived in position, and after Calafiori made the goal, they noticed that the free kick was taken when Kyle Walker was not put back in his position.
He was back in his position.
What are we talking about here?
Let me get the tweet. Let me get the computer to read the tweet for you guys.
Right. The referee asked him to come to talk to him and the other ones. And when that happens, some players have to be close to the ball. And we have to readjust the back four. But they didn't have time. But Kyle arrived in the position. And after Calafiori made a good goal. But we knew that always every free kick that they contact quick with the wingers, and they are really good with Saka and Martinelli. And I don't like the back four when it's a foul and they move on. When the referee says, come to talk to me, at least leave him to come back to the position. Because next time, we will not go to talk to them.
Don't go talk to them, but that's
but I like what he's saying. No, but I like what he's saying. He's not blaming Arsenal for taking a quick free kick. Pep has not said anything bad that Arsenal did.
Using Siri's voice there.
The referee called my player. My player was not given the chance to go back, and he should know very well that Arsenal could take a quick free kick. And after Calafiori made a goal, we went back to say, hey, look at this. He hasn't blamed Arsenal for anything we did here. So I see nothing wrong with what he said here.
No. What my problem is, though, is it's a false statement, though. Kyle Walker was in position. He's downplaying the goal in essence as well, though, because the reality
was a wonderful goal.
Yeah, because he's saying, because we scored because Kyle Walker wasn't in position. But that's a false statement. Kyle Walker was in position. He just got caught out.
Kyle Walker was in front of Martinelli when he made the pass.
It still doesn't matter where Kyle Walker is. Like, I don't care where he was. My point is, even if they're trying to make that an excuse.
He's implying that we don't get a high up the pitch if Kyle Walker is in position.
But he was in position.
That's not what he's implying. He's just talking about what the referee. He's not implying anything to Arsenal here. He's basically saying Kyle Walker referee issue.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Wow. Absolutely unbelievable. But there you have it. We absolutely cooked these clowns tonight. Oh, what a fun stream it's been, man. And we've gone past the 4 hours and 4 minute mark, which means I have officially beaten my longest solo stream record yet, but that record has been beaten tonight. Absolutely unbelievable. Wow. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm going to call it a night there because I'm starting to get a bit sleepy now, and we have been going for 4 hours. So that was epic. Absolutely epic. If you're new to our YouTube channel, make sure you are hitting the subscribe button. Plenty of Manchester United content to come. and loads of other good stuff on this YouTube channel. Thank you very much for watching. Good night.